Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone, to this Sunday afternoon, evening, possibly even morning somewhere. I'm starting so early today, and I totally think that was a bad idea. You see, I want to start a bit earlier in the days because I like to have time afterwards to unwind and do things. But as I'm hopping on here, I see that No Justice is going live right now. Kevin Logan is going live right now. And The Vanguard just went live about a half hour ago. So, starting at 6 p.m. has its bonuses. Because that's where a lot of my audience is at. Oh well. The quality that matters. It's you guys that matter. Here to find out what's happening in Canada, eh? Hello, Rich P1K, Marty, Hermeteorologist, Grand Theft Autobot. Welcome to the SandBox, everyone, and please be sure, as my unpaid producers, to, give some thumbs up, make sure that my audio and visual and everything is looking good. Oh, flip my necklace around. There we go. There we go. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Let's do that. There we go. Gotta do that. Gotta do that. Rich P1K came from the Vanguard when I got the notice. LOL. Why, thank you. Priorities, eh? I was watching the Vanguard too. It'd be nice if the Vanguard rated me. Just saying. Because even though we're all basically starting at the same time, I'm probably going to outlast all of them. Oh, because I tried to split the stream. That sounds like a Ghostbusters reference. Oh, no, that's cross streams. Well, I tried to split the stream, which would be very difficult to do, I think, under normal circumstances with that context. But yes, I wasn't originally planning on doing a live stream today because I had plans, and those plans were canceled last minute, and I'm still very upset about it. I might go this entire month without selling a single book. Yeah, really upset about it. So I've been telling my audience, hey, I'm going to be doing a live stream on Friday instead. And then the plans got canceled, so I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to split it. I will split it so that I maybe do 2.5 hour streams versus one 5 hour stream, because, a 5 hour stream, they're pretty tiring. Like afterwards, I don't really feel like doing much. But I want to get to all the stories, but even then, sometimes I write off a couple of the stories because I'm so tired by the end of a 5 hour stream. Like I talk through these things almost entirely. And so I thought I'll split it. And then what happened Friday, I got a 4 hour long live stream. And it's just, God damn it. I don't do short very well. Even the clips, I decided, you know what? I'm going to clip some of my video, some of my live stream from Friday. Even the clips are like stupidly long. Ah, the dream of being able to just, funnel it all into like a 10-minute soundbite, that is like far beyond my ability, partly due to my ADHD and my my autism, wanting to make sure that I cover every single nuance when I'm doing these things. And even then, they're still going to be like, well, you said this at this point, but you didn't take into account this particular thing from this anecdote in my cherry-picked life. And it's like, oh, sure. I haven't looked at all the comments. I've been getting a lot of comments, and I knew I would, because my take on what people are allowed to do when people break into your house is probably not the popular take, but as far as I'm concerned, it's the rational take. It's the emotionless take. Because, yeah, when emotions run high, I get it. I really do. I do. Let's see. Oh, I got a thumbs up from Rich P1K. Grand Theft Autobot. I'm loyal, Sandy, but I support Canadians first, eh? Good to know. Hello, John Litham. And something really funny happened today for some reason. Grand Theft Autobot was also playing Zelda. I decided to go check my Facebook. I am rarely on Facebook. And I realized that I had message requests. And again, I'm barely on Facebook. Occasionally I will get messages, but then I tend to overlook the message requests. I had message requests from 3 years ago still in there. And I'm like, oh, this one in particular would have been good to know at the time. And I'm just like, why? Why are people messaging me on Facebook, especially when it comes to my channel? Because there's nothing on my Facebook that indicates it's, I do have in my bio that I'm a sassy political commentator, but my Facebook is not attached. Well, it's linked, but it's not about my channel. It's, I promote my art on there primarily, and it's private, Friends, family are connected to me on there, so I've tried to make it as private as I can. But the amount of people that would seek me out on Facebook, I had comments from people saying that they loved my Rebel HQ videos. That's how long ago it was. And I'm just like, why are you contacting me on Facebook? In every show, I literally say 2 emails that I'm available at. 5, 6, no, it'd be 6, 7 social media accounts, not including the YouTube that you could potentially well, I probably won't see it on the YouTube comments, but still, my DMs are open on my Instagrams, plural, on my TikTok, on my Blue Sky. For those with a blue check who I'm not connected with on Twitter, open. Like, it's just, I don't understand that. It's like, oh, I wanna give an idea, and I'm going to do, oh, Facebook. People really do that these days still? Really? Really? Oh, yeah, I don't get it. I just don't. But yeah, I'm wondering, like, what are we going to talk about for the next 2 hours before the other shows end? They send their audiences my way. Uh, but I do appreciate, I haven't had a chance to really investigate Kevin Logan's content yet, because he raided me last week. No Justice, I have been checking out her content from time to time. And I also found a very interesting YouTube channel recently, like yesterday, about it's a panel of trans women talking about being trans and having a place where people can go and ask trans women about their experiences and questions that they might have as people who think they might be trans or are trans and are trying to figure it out. I'm like, huh, I'll subscribe to that. And it's a very teeny tiny channel, no doubt about it. But gotta support. What's the name of it? I'll let you know. I will look it up right now so that you know what channel I'm talking about. My internet is acting really slow, so I'm worried that you're going to start getting zoned out every now and then. It's called the Transverse. Here we go. There we go. Transverse. Videos. So hey, people can go and check it out and support them. I guess they're well, they have a Twitch connection there, so they're probably maybe more popular on Twitch. Because I don't always just click on, this random channel I've never seen before is live and only has, 10 viewers. But you know what? I would like it if people did that to my channel. So I thought, you know what? Why not? Why not? I'll check it out. I'll check it out. But sometimes I do get, suggested videos that I'm like, why? Why? But then I understand and I remember why it's so hard to break through the algorithms. Because there will be some videos that are recommended to me that have like less than a dozen views and stuff. And I'm just like, it is so hard to break through the algorithms. And then I'm constantly being exposed to all these channels that I've never heard of that has like 100,000 plus subscribers. Their videos are raking in tens of thousands of views. Some of them are Canadian. And I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Like, it is bizarre that you can have a YouTube channel with millions of people subscribed and you have no idea they exist because the internet is just so vast. Like YouTube is just so vast with all the different channels and everything. And that's just from like a North American bent. Never mind the fact that there's like channels in Japan or Nigeria that have millions of subscribers and are doing these things and you have no clue they exist. It's interesting how big it is. That is it even possible to be a worldwide celebrity anymore? And I'm not talking about people who rose to celebrity about 10, 15 years ago. So you have like J.K. Rowling, who's probably known throughout the world, but her rise to fame was way back when. So there's a lot of people who probably don't know she's a raging transphobe. But for somebody to break through now and become, is it possible to have worldwide fame anymore? Like even now, when I catch, sometimes I'll watch movie trailers on YouTube, even though I despise movie trailers, but I only despise movie trailers for movies I know I'm going to see. If I don't know I'm going to want to see that movie, then fine, I'm fine seeing the trailer. Or if I know I probably won't want to see the movie, I'm fine with the trailer. But if I know I'm going to see the movie, I despise trailers. But every now and then I'll go through these trailers of movies that I've never heard of. And there's all these actors in it. I'm like, I've never heard of any of these people. And apparently, when studios are looking for actors these days, they actually do take in their social media into account, like how big their followings are, which is just bizarre because, The Boys really nailed it. The Boys TV series about like superheroes that are manufactured, but there's also an offshoot called Gen V. And in Gen V, it's the school where all these potential superheroes go to and they get sectioned off, kind of like a Hogwarts type thing. You go into your different houses of what future you want to have when it comes to uh, being a superhero. Do you want to be in media? Do you want to be a town hero? Do you want to go into investigation? Like all these sort of things. And for certain fields of that, the more popular you are on social media, the more likely you are to get that attention and get there. And I think that's the case now for like regular movie stars and stuff. And I'm just like, wow, how do you break through that? Because I would think, getting videos that get tens of thousands of views, and if I got it like over 100,000 subscribers, I'd be very successful. But then there's like these channels with millions and millions. And I'm just like, how is this happening that you don't even know they exist? There are far more dead channels out there that have way larger sub accounts than I do. Ah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Jonathan, there's comfort in routine, even if it isn't ideal. Yeah, I will probably go back to doing these at 6 o'clock, just so I'm not overlapping with so many other content creators that have overlapping audiences. Grand Theft Autobot, when I searched for No Justice, my first result is a video from Harem Scream song, No Justice, LOL. Well, hopefully you found the channel. If not, I will toss it into the sandbox. Let's see. Rich P1K, GTA, they're trying hard to bury the actual good stuff, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, it's heavy metal music that? Anyway, hello, John Ross. I noticed you in the chat of Vanguard when I was there for the 15 minutes before I started this. If you could persuade them to raid my channel afterwards, I'd super appreciate it. But welcome to the sandbox. You see, I've never even heard of Harlem Scream before. Like, there's all these musical acts and bands, and I'm just like, there could be, and there probably are, plenty of singers and bands out there that are wildly good and wildly successful that I've just simply never heard of, because it is such a vast multiverse out there right now with the algorithms and whatnot. And it is a shame in a way, because there's probably lots and lots of worthy content, music, artistic, channel wise, that just never gets the traction because you're searching through a dump to find, a couple gems. And that's part of the reason why I didn't want to publish my books on Amazon. Speaking of which, buy my book. Only have 3 days to sell 4 copies in order for Minuet to read another part of it live on this space. But I didn't want to post my books on Amazon because anyone can. So by doing that, it feels like I don't feel like an author. I've written 2 books, but I don't feel like I'm an author. And then how are people supposed to find my books on there when, like, literally every day there's thousands, tens of thousands of stuff being uploaded to Amazon? It's how do you weed through that and find the gems, especially when the algorithms are catered to capitalism and for people who already have money, who can maybe afford ads or fancy marketing and things of that sort. It's interesting. John Ross says, watch Degrassi School's Out and you'll hear their music. Is that, I know Degrassi High, is that like an offshoot? Oh, it's pronounced harem scarum. I was probably saying it wrong. John Lethem saying selling on Amazon also opens up one to AI scammers emulating or copying your work. Yeah, I know. I wish I could have gone through a publisher, but I'm a nobody. And publishers don't like that. Again, if I had a massive following on YouTube or on Twitter and stuff like that, and I wanted to publish a book, then they'd be more likely to take me even if the book was crap. If I had a hand up when I was younger, because I went to school for like journalism university, and I had a professor that had already written books and could give me an in. Like, that's the thing, even with publishers, you need an in order to get it. And then it's like, how do you weed through all the vanity publishers or the publishers that would just rip you off? So it's it's a hard grind out there to try to get noticed, to try to get your points out there. And it's not like, for me, it's not about fame. Sure, I'd like to be a famous author. I wouldn't mind some level of celebrity, but when you're a creator of arts of any sort, it's also a requirement. Because with my YouTube channel in particular, it's not like I want to be a famous YouTuber. I'd love to be a famous author, but a famous YouTuber? But for me to get my message out there, my progressive message, inform Canadians about Canadian politics, inform people from all around the world about Canadian politics and stuff, to give my perspective on things as a non-binary queer person living with disabilities and poverty. In order to get all of that out there, you need a certain level of fame so that you can reach a bigger market and just have more people hear your message that way. So it's one of the things where it's a necessity that not everyone wants. And Steve Boots recently stepped away from content creating, partly because he just wants to be a regular guy again. He wanted to get back into teaching. Teaching is his passion, but he wanted to step away because he experienced a little bit of micro celebrity on YouTube, and it's not for everyone, especially if you have, what's the word, a life. See, I don't have a life, so it's easy for me to do this. This becomes my life. uh, but yeah, I was hoping to work on the TYT video yesterday, but I got caught up doing the clips. But I'm going to start actually setting my alarm for 8 a.m. Wild to wake up at a regular time, because I was doing that in preparation for what I was planning on doing today that got canceled, because I would have had to been up at 6 o'clock in the morning, which is just not something I do because I'm a night person. And so like a week ago, I started setting my alarm an hour earlier and earlier type thing to try to shift it so it wouldn't be such a shock. But I found waking up at like 8 o'clock, I'm far more productive because I can come here, sit down, do work, get a decent chunk of work done before the distractions of like the Majority Report or other content that I like to watch on YouTube comes on. And you know, I can get this work done and still feel like I have part of a day left. And it's like, oh, this is weird. It's so weird. I need to do this more often. So this week will be an experiment. I will be waking up at 8 a.m. to work on the TYT video to see how it goes. And also, if this waking up at 8 a.m. thing starts sticking, I think I want to go back to the gym regularly. Because part of the reason why I was reluctant to go back to the gym, still reluctant to go back to the gym, is other people. COVID, worried about that. I also just don't like being around a lot of people when working out, so I don't like the gym when it's full. And if you're waking up at 11 o'clock in the morning, by the time you get to the gym, it's a bit full. But if I start waking up earlier, it's not going to be that bad. And I do want to get working out again, because I used to. And I had some decent arm muscle. I was never like in shape, but I was close to getting there, and I regret so much that I fell out of it. But you know, depression stuff hit, and it happens. The stresses in my life just became overwhelming, and yeah, then I stepped away from it, unfortunately. But I'd like to get back to it because I just felt better. I liked it, and I liked the feeling of having, you know, sizable muscle in my arm. Which means these are going to go away because they will flatten out to the point that they're no longer really showable, which is a painful trade-off, one that I don't want to do, but I can only have one or the other because I don't have the money to get these fixed once they deflate. So, ugh. Anyway. How are we doing for an audience anyway? Oh, well, we're up to about 14 people. That's good. That's good. Talking about nothing in particular, but feel free to make comments in the sandbox of things you wouldn't mind me talking about. But I also have like a lot of my news of the day to get to, and it's not like I want to do a 7-hour long live stream while I'm waiting for all these other live streams to end. I can just get to the news. Uh, and just people more about Rich P1K. I shouldn't be surprised. Amazon, yeah. Grand Theft Autobot. And I also have a soft spot for Honeymoon Suite, lol. I have no idea what that is, other than the literal sense of it's a honeymoon suite where people go for their honeymoon. KK is wondering, why is censorship coming? Ah, good question. I'm covering that today. The short of it is, in the UK, they pass a online censorship law. And of course, it disproportionately will target queer folks in general, or people searching for reproductive health and things of that sort. And here in Canada, a very similar bill had been trying to be pushed through when Justin Trudeau was Prime Minister. But there was all these hiccups and stuff, and this was one of the rare instances where people on the far left and the far right were like, this doesn't sound so good, because it would end up censoring potentially people like me online for being far left on politics. And so it had all these downfalls attached to it, but on the surface, it sounds, oh no, this just makes sense. It's about keeping children safe, and who doesn't want to do that? But then it gets into things like requiring people to show their government ID in order to access sites that might contain adult content. And the issues with that is children that are dead set on doing that will find workarounds, and that's a parenting issue. But also, I don't want to give Twitter my government ID, because Twitter, ever since Elon took over anyway, does have adult content. So would I have to show my government ID in order to get onto Twitter? And then there's people who engage with online adult content, specifically of the movie format kind, that also don't want that attached to their government ID. It's a privacy thing. So not only is it taking away a lot of our privacy and having us to put on our government ID, but also, again, it would start censoring content that you don't necessarily, like, shouldn't necessarily be censored, such as, far left content, or as I will show, certain queer related content tends to get censored first for being adult content as well. And the UK has just passed this bill. And like I said, a while back, Justin Trudeau was also trying to pass a bill like that. And they're thinking of bringing it back, because it died on the floor a couple times because they were really having troubles pushing it through. And now they're talking about bringing it back. And this is just, we got to be prepared for it. We got to be ready to fight. And it's easy to get shut down from that conversation when people then accuse you of not wanting to protect children, when that is not the case. We're trying to protect individual rights, but they will immediately jump on the bandwagon of like, oh, you think kids should have access to this? And it's like, of course not. That's a parenting issue. And so it's a complicated subject, and it leads to, like, some of the things that Canada was considering was CanCon type stuff being favored in the algorithms. And already I'm not favored in the algorithms, and then this would make me pretty much invisible, because there ain't no way I'd be qualifying for CanCon, and that's Canadian content. There's certain requirements that you have to do for it, and speaking out against the government is not one that helps you qualify. um, so it's so that's what we're going to be getting into, because right now there is not a bill in the Canadian House, because they haven't been sitting. But they are thinking of bringing it back, and it's a heads up warning, because a lot of the stuff that you're seeing in the UK right now under Keir Starmer is coming this way, when it comes to certain austerity measures and also certain policies and stuff, because Mark Carney knew a lot of them. He was, the CEO of the Bank of England. And so he's right in with that bunch. And so if you see it happening there, it's probably going to filter through here. So this is more of like a heads up warning type thing. So just checking back. So that's the short of it, but I have some articles on it and stuff, KK, that I'll be getting to, not in this first docket. In the first docket, I'm going to be talking about stuff related to Gaza, but it's in another docket where I'll be talking specifically about that, show you the article from the UK about it and whatnot, and, you know, that sort of thing. Grand Theft Autobot Honeymoon Suite is a band, I think, from Niagara Falls, Ontario. Well, that would make sense. That would make sense. KK, so definitely doesn't want age verification. Yeah, and there's just so many ways around it. And they're talking about it on YouTube right now, that it's going to, based on your history and what you watch, AI will determine if you're an adult or not. And if it suspects you're not an adult, then you'll have to prove your age type thing. And it's just, there's so many workarounds for that, for the children that really want to get at it. And again, that's a parenting issue. But yeah, it's just no. And it will lead to self-censorship, KK, like you said. Because it's, if I'm worried my channel might be blocked or taken down because I'm talking about certain things, you know, I can't get my message out there at all if it's taken down. And so then it would be a matter of, I have to censor myself on these issues just so I can maintain a platform to talk about these other issues, which is not something I want to do, because if I'm talking about an issue, it's because I feel like it's important to get out there. And I don't want to have to start self-censoring in the hopes that I can at least still have any sort of platform. Rich P1K, there's some guy who made a new tier of free internet that can't be censored. Apparently it's built in such a way that if his programming is taken down, it'll also somehow do damage to the normal web. Grand Theft Autobot, and will lead to VPN usage going up. But Rich P1 is just saying that's a claim. There's no, we don't know for sure if what Rich P1 is reporting in the SandBox is accurate. Rich P1K. Okay, this is difficult when you're referring to KK, because if I say Rich P1K and then I say KK without a break in it, you're putting me into a bind here, Rich. Some credit card companies are just forcing websites to do age verification because they're the backbone of monetary support for websites. And yeah, and they'll be going after VPN as well, John Litham. Just like they try to constantly go after ad blockers and things of that sort. And it's, but as they do that, other people will find workarounds. It trickles through, you know, like pirating of TV shows and stuff still exists despite all the crackdowns that they've been doing. Because some of these restraints are just unreasonable. Like, especially for somebody like me who lives with poverty, in order for me to compete, like, luckily I have friends who can help me out with certain programs. But, like, I don't have a StreamYards because I have just the basic account, but I don't stream from it because I can't get rid of the duck logo because I can't afford, you know, an upgrade. Luckily OBS is free, and that's what I do this from. But, you know, just being able to compete in this world where it's like, it's not so much that these things are luxuries. People need them for their careers, but they're costing hundreds to thousands of dollars a year. And so as somebody living with poverty who's trying to break out of it, or just, you know, to break through the algorithms as well, when you need these programs, how do you do that? Because there's lots of specific types of editing tools I'd love to get my hands on that I just can't. lots of Photoshop programs I'd love to get my hands on, but I just can't. So it makes everything for me harder. And it just, it doesn't mean that the mountain is insurpassable. It just means that mountain is higher. Rich P1K. Oh, wow. I did not think of that. Just say rich then. Yeah. Rich P1K, GTA. The 1K is simply a reference to being the Letterhack's 1000th mod, so it's not necessary to say LOL. Okay, it's good to know. Good to know. Then I might just say Rich P and then say KK. Oh. But, you know, I've been chatting nothing for 40 minutes and you guys are still with me, so thank you. Oh. So why don't we actually get into the news so that this isn't a 12-hour long live stream? Looney Tunes is missing out. This could be my first 7-hour long live stream. Oh, oh God, just the transition. Oh, being all lighthearted and stuff about this, and I'm like, oh yeah, famine in Gaza. Oh my God, like it's just trying to keep your sanity while covering the news these days is just how how do you do this? Because yes, I'm going to start talking about stuff in Gaza and talking about the famine that's happening there and pointing out some facts, and it's just it takes a toll on your psyche, especially when you have politicians that are just so trying to find every loophole they can in order to support a genocidal state. It's disgusting. It really is. Rich P says LT9K will be sad he misses the new milestone. Yeah, the first 12-hour long live stream or 7-hour live stream. Yeah, I guess it'd be 7 hours if you add 2 hours to the 5 hours because I started 2 hours early and I'm trying to stall for 2 hours for when I would normally start so that I'm not completely overlapping with all these other. But you know what? If, and I'm just saying a hypothetical if, the Vanguard, Kevin Logan, and No Justice all rated me, this would be the biggest live stream I've ever had. I don't know. I think actually, when I had an interview with Mike Figueredo, well, not an interview, I just had him on my channel, that was probably the highest number of people watching my live stream at any one time. And still didn't break 100. Working on it. Working on that milestone. Anyway, why don't we get into the horrible news of the day? Oh, okay. Gotta reframe, gotta, do the actor thing of, I don't know, trying to, you know, get it. Oh, fuck, I hate the news. That's what it comes down to. I hate the news. But it's important to cover. There needs to be a record of what our governments are doing. And like I say, my focus is Canadian politics primarily. So when I talk about Gaza and what's happening there, I primarily try to do it from a Canadian bend. So what are the politicians here saying and doing about it? I tend not to get into the graphic images and things of that sort, but I will be talking about the famine and and the death tolls and stuff like that. And you never think you're going to live through a period this dark. A period that you've only ever read about in textbooks. You didn't think that, there's going to be textbooks in the future that focus on what's happening right now, the way that it is. Because This will be studied and analyzed, but people can't deny their involvement anymore because it's so online. It's the first live stream genocide. And, there had to be kind of like studies and assessments and looking at what newspapers said or this and that and the other thing for, you know, uh, Hitler's Holocaust and whatnot and what he did to the Jews because you didn't have social media from both the victims and the perpetrators out there. You didn't have a constant stream of politicians and media pundits and political analysis people on all sorts of platforms trying to dismiss or justify it. Like to see this evidence isn't going to go away of all the people who refused to say anything when we knew from day one what was about to happen. It is devastating. Anyway, let's get into it. I was just seeing some comments over in the SandBox. I hear my computer winding up, which means it's struggling right now, probably because I have a bazillion tabs open. So hopefully you don't get any disruptions on my OBS like last time, which was super annoying. And then as I'm done with the docket, I'll close it and hopefully that will ease things up on my computer. The other thing that will ease things up on my computer is when I finally have that goddamn TYT video done, because there's a bazillion tabs I have open for that. But also I think my hard drive is about full, so I think I have to move things to an external hard drive, and I think it's struggling right now because, it's in the red, as is normal, Anyway, I keep on trying to put it off because, yeah, it's horrible news. It's horrible news. So, from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. A Canadian company has been caught red-handed sending GPS antennas to Israel's largest weapons company, Elbit Systems, and now claims to be pausing the shipment. Anita Anand says the goods are commercial and not required permits, yet these are designed for weapons targeting. The Israeli military relies on Elbit technology to carry out their indiscriminate attacks. A lot of them are very targeted attacks on Palestinians in Gaza, making them fundamental to sustaining Israel's genocide. Canada's arms control system is completely broken. We need a two-way arms embargo to bring an end to the trade military goods with Israel, period, no exceptions. So what this led to was a Canadian company pauses shipments to Israeli defense firm. And this was because it got exposed. And this is the importance of people speaking up, the journalism that's taking place. Rachel Gilmore has a couple wonderful videos on this topic specifically, that even though it feels like a year ago, but I think it was just back, when was it, that Canada promised, I think it was actually January of last year. Justin Trudeau was still in power right, it was a year ago, when Canada said, oh, there'd be no new contracts of weapons going to Israel and stuff. But investigations found that the government was finding these nice little loopholes to still send over $30 million worth of weapon components and weapons to Israel through these backhanded, back alley ways. And so this got discovered, and it puts some of these companies on blast that, hey, now that it's becoming clearer and clearer every day, not that it wasn't obvious from day one, that this is a genocide that's happening, and your company is participating in it, and we have the receipts, they're getting a lot more cautious. And so this is good that they're pausing it, but they shouldn't have been doing it in the first place. Ottawa-based Callan move comes amid increasing scrutiny on Canadian exports. And again, that's from journalists just doing fantastic work. Ottawa-based Callan GNSS is pausing shipments of GPS antennas destined for Elbit, an Israeli defense firm, after shipping some last weekend, the company told CBC News in a statement. Keep in mind, Anita and Nan had to actually go out and be like, oh no, the reports were false, haha. And then more reports came out, again, contradicting what she just said. Given recent announcement by our governments and other regarding continued concerns for the region, Callan has paused shipments and full future shipments until further notice, said Callan Corporate Communications Director Shelley McLean. The move comes after 4 NGOs released a report that examined Israeli import data and publicly available shipping records. It appears to contradict the Canadian government's claims that it has not allowed arms shipments to Israel since January 2024. So I was right, it was January last year. It just, everything, time does not feel linear online anymore. Callan told CBC one shipment made its way from the company's manufacturing site in Ottawa to a facility in Montreal where Elbit will work with the Canada Border Service Agency to export. Callan said any future shipments are now paused. Let's see, does it say what I wanted to something didn't want to read the whole thing, but there was a couple things in here that I want to get to. Stuff like, we can't do this because we'd have to rely on, I think it starts here. In a statement to CBC News Global Affairs, wrote GPS antennas are common civilian technology. As such, they are not generally subject to export controls by Canada or any of our allies. While some military or dual-use technology relates to GPS are controlled, we confirm that there are no valid permits in place related to the alleged transactions, the department added. It also said that Elbit is not just a defense contractor, but it also manufactures products for civilian commercial activities. Elbit Systems did not respond to request. And then it's somewhere in here where they're saying, you know, we can't send it when we can't rely on, we don't know for sure. There's no way to track or to prove or to force Israel to use it in non-military ways. I think it was in here. But just somebody saying they are scrambling to let's just start reading. It's in here somewhere. In a statement, one of the groups behind the report told CBC News that Callan only stopped the shipments because it was caught red-handed. By claiming to pause future shipments of GPS antennas to Elbit Systems, Callan is effectively accepting that they knew these parts specifically destined for electronic warfare and signal intelligence facility fuel Israel's war machine, wrote Rachel Small with the group World Beyond War. They are scrambling to cover their tracks, she added. Small said either Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand misled the public or Callan is breaking the law. Her group is calling for the antennas and hundreds of other shipments of military goods to Israel to be stopped and the supplier to be held accountable. In an interview recorded with CBC News before Callan released the statement about suspending shipments, Small said there are serious questions about the end use of the antennas. They're critical for weapons targeting. Almost any high-tech weapon system you can imagine these days has a GPS component and requires the use of such antennas. They're a staple of military weapon systems that are being used right now, she said. Canada has not been able to show it has a clear mechanism to monitor the end use of the military cargo that they're sending to Israel, said Yara Shifani of Palestinian Youth Movement, another group behind the initial report. Yeah, there's no mechanism to find out where these are going to. And where are they going to? They're going to this. At least 5 and 6 Palestinians killed by Israeli forces in Gaza are civilians, reports find. Calls to classify war as genocide intensify following media investigations using Israeli military data. That's what these components are going to. And it's nice that at least CBC is mentioning Israeli forces here, because we'll get to it in a few more dockets that, or in a few more tabs. CBC still has the nasty habit of not acknowledging Israel as the problem. So calls to classify the war as a genocide intensify with following media investigation using Israeli military data. Advocates are renewing calls for Canada to recognize a genocide in Gaza following the release of a new report that found at least 5 out of every 6 people in Israeli forces have killed in Israel-Hamas war. Again, calling it a war is in a way misleading. You know, Hamas doesn't have a military. They don't have the structure in place to be of any threat, at least not anymore. It is very one-sided conflict. A joint investigation published by the Israeli-Palestinian publication Plus 972 magazine, Hebrew language outlet Local Call, and British news outlet The Guardian, using classified Israeli military intelligence database, found that as of May 2025, Israeli intelligence officials listed 8,900 named fighters from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad as dead or probably dead. At that time, 53,000 Palestinians have been killed in attacks by the Israeli Defense Forces since October 7th, 2023, according to Gaza health authorities. With fighters named in the database accounting for just 70% of total deaths, the investigation determined that the remaining 83% of the dead were civilians, and that is likely higher than what is being reported as we get into more of it here. So Adil is saying, my view, 83% should be treated as a low-end estimate. It assumes IDF estimates are just a subset of MOH records, but they're not. Many dead fighters will not pass through a hospital or morgue, and so will not be recorded by MOH. As the piece notes, MOH undercounts deaths. Many of the people buried under rubble or their remains are scattered, destroyed by explosives, or they are buried privately outside the health system. So I think that's Ministry of Health for Gaza, the MOH, because in order for it to be counted as a death, it has to be done in the hospital. But we know that it's a drastic undercount of the actual death toll because of all the people, like you said, that are buried in the rubble that were never counted, entire families with nobody even left to report them as missing, people who are dying of secondary causes because they can't get their treatment, their medication, treatment for cancer, diabetes, all this sort of stuff, people who are starving to death away from hospitals and all that sort of stuff. They're not being counted in these numbers. The true death toll, it's you don't even want to comprehend it. Many fighters killed in combat will fall into those categories. For that reason alone, civilians almost certainly make up more than 83% of the deaths recorded by MOH. The best available estimate of total deaths in Gaza by this group was 75,200 violent deaths as of 2025. The IDF estimate of 8,900 fighters killed is from May. It's plausible that over 90% of those killed by the IDF were civilians. The piece notes that the IDF estimate may itself be an undercount, but it would have to be a very large undercount to just get back to 83%, which would remain appalling loss of civilian life. And he was quote tweeting this from Dropsite, who is also pointing to this report that was released by Plus 972 magazine. According to the classified information, and they have this graph here, Palestinian civilian militants killed by Israeli army in Gaza between October 2023 and May 2025. And so here Owen Jones is also putting it into some more context. What has been insane about Israel's genocide is that the mass indiscriminate slaughter of civilians is obviously true, as the Earth orbiting the sun. It's on camera, a deluge of victims' testimonies, soldiers' confessions, the stated intent of Israeli leaders and officials. If this wasn't Israel committing the genocide, the only people arguing against the obvious fucking reality would be regarded as morally bankrupt cranks who would be social pariahs. But in this case, the cranks are treated as the respectable position in the Western media and politics. It's like having to argue the Earth isn't flat, except the obvious fucking reality is civilians being mass exterminated in real time on camera. Future generations will struggle to understand how this could possibly be a debate. They will think it's insane. They will be right. We will point them out to the court trials that happen in the following years. And so he's also referring to the report. And he has this noting it's a genocide, not a war, an estimated civilian death rate in selected conflicts. And so you have Rwanda, 1994, Maripol in 2022. And as you can see, Gaza is number 4 on that list for civilian deaths of conflicts, but genocides. They're genocides. And from Francesca Albanese, also another putting it in context how severe this is for those who it can't be genocide as the Palestinian population is growing. Gaza has had the largest drop in life expectancy of any places on Earth in modern history. And she's quote tweeting this graph here: life expectancy over time in Gaza, along with 4 other countries that experienced war in recent decades. And yes, you can see the very sharp drop here for the Gaza genocide. So this is the year before. The years before, you can see they're all pretty much equal. And then after. It's brutal. And part of what is causing a lot of the deaths right now is the famine. Rachel Gilmore just quote tweeting the United Nations saying this was preventable. Israel did it, and countries like Canada helped. And the United Nations is now saying that famine has now been confirmed in Gaza. Over 500,000 people are facing the most devastating form of hunger, warns the IPC info. I'm not going to scroll down, even though the picture isn't as horrific as a lot of them that I've been seeing. It's still not great. So they all knew, and they helped do it for 22 months even before. Isn't that right? Says Christina. I don't know how to say that. And she's referring to our Canadian government because, yes, we knew this was happening from the get-go when Netanyahu was saying that they wanted to cut off the electricity, cut off supply, cut off water. This was the end result of what he was doing, what he was saying he was going to do. But it's only now that it's gotten to the point where the pictures are just so horrific that the governments are like, oh, right, we need to start covering our asses here because we're going to look like we were complicit, which they were. Not only complicit, but actually helping. And so this person was just quote tweeting Sky News saying there is no world leader that didn't know this was coming. That hasn't been warned. And I forgot to plug in my headphones, so let me do that.
Well, what we've seen today really is just the official stamp on a tragedy that we've been warning about for months. There is no world leader that didn't know that this was coming, that hasn't been warned. And one of our nutrition nurses today, who really is on the front line of the battle against this famine, told us that, you know, for him, famine isn't just a headline, it's the daily reality. Treating children who are too weak to stand with swollen bellies and fragile skin or from severe malnutrition. In our nutrition clinics at the moment, every bench is packed with sick mothers and children, and you would expect it to be noisy, children to be crying, but at the moment, so many children are so weak and exhausted and malnourished that they're not even crying. It's almost silent.
Give me some examples of what you have witnessed personally during your time there, which make you believe that this classification is absolutely correct.
Well, we screen children and mothers at our clinics for malnutrition. And right now, in the first 2 weeks of August, well over half of the pregnant women and new mothers coming to our clinics are malnourished. And that has soared since March, when the near total siege of aid and goods began. Now, we've had a mother come into our clinic who said she hadn't eaten for 6 days. And that was because she could only get one meal a day for her family. And she was dividing that between her children to make sure that they ate first. Just yesterday, when I was there, we had one mother who was too weak to even hold her baby. And we've had mothers telling us that they've been forced into eating animal feed in order to get by. And when I said to our teams, these malnutrition figures, well over half, aren't they shocking? They looked at me and they said, no one is shocked by this. It is the inevitable endpoint of severe food shortages for months, and when mothers are putting their children first. And it will not change until the near total siege of food and aid is lifted. And ultimately, we need a full and definitive ceasefire to help us and other agencies reach children across Gaza, and of course give children and families relief from the endless, relentless bombardment.
So, as I was saying before about CBC and how sometimes they're very selective in how they cover these headlines. This is from the CBC. Famine conditions exist in Gaza City, UN-backed hunger monitor says in report. What caused those famine conditions? CBC. Israel's foreign minister and military agency in charge of aid deny famine. I'm sorry, CBC. Why is that the subheader? You trying to both sides this? When we can all plainly see what's happening? This headline is bullshit. I don't even think there's cuss words strong enough for what I want to say right now. CBC is still very reluctant to acknowledge that this is Israel's doing. And if all people do is read the fucking headlines, which a lot of people do, they'll just be like, oh, famine conditions exist. What, is there a drought? Well, Israel foreign minister and military agency in charge of aid, they deny the famine. So, maybe it's complicated. Maybe it's nuanced. Maybe all that's her bullshit. Maybe there's two sides to this. There's not. CTV has been fairly, a lot better when it comes to calling out Israel. So here we have a headline from CTV News. Israeli strikes and gunfire kill 33 as Gaza City becomes focus of famine and a military offensive. So at least here they're acknowledging that Israel, is killing. But again, this famine wasn't organic. It was caused by Israel, and you need to be mentioning that in your reporting. And there's always Hamas on October 7th. Aid groups have long warned that the war sparked by Hamas. Do we really have to have that in every article still? What happened on October 7th was horrible. and a war crime. It does not justify what's happening now. And it'd be nice if these media outlets would stop trying to connect the two, because at this point they're not connected. Israel was just looking for an excuse. But to keep on saying that this is somehow still all that fault. Like if October 7th hadn't have happened, then none of this would be happening, only it had been happening. The conditions for this to happen have been, in the works for decades. Gaza has been an open air prison. They've been captives in there. Restrictions, any sort of protest has been clamped down. Hundreds and thousands of Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces for decades leading to this. It didn't start on October 7th. It's just super frustrating that they still feel the need to say all that. Because a lot of what's happening would have, Netanyahu would have found another reason. If October 7th hadn't have happened, he would have found another reason to do this. So this is from the Muslim Advisory Council of Canada. Canada needs to hold Canadian Israeli dual citizens who participate in this genocide accountable and criminally charge them. This is a matter of public trust, a matter of justice, and a matter of national security. And I've been following this story a little bit, how there are plenty of Canadian citizens going over to fight in the IOF. And there is Find an IDF Soldier report out there from David Moskrop, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But I've posted it before. It's easy to find, and it's using publicly available information, so nobody's being doxxed, nobody's being stalked or anything of that sort, to find Canadians who have gone over to Israel to fight with the IOF. And I read one article, the Times of Israel or something, where one Canadian was like, there were two Canadians in it, but they were both like, oh, we're afraid to come home now because we might, be held accountable for what we're doing. And one that said that he had been in Gaza for the past how many ever months. And it's like, if you've been in Gaza that long as part of the IOF, you've done some war crimes. So I hope that if they ever come here, they get arrested. But here we can listen to their call for actual accountability.
And we must also ask, what message is Canada sending when Canadian Israeli dual citizens are allowed to travel to Israel, fight in a foreign army accused of genocide, and return home with no accountability? According to a Toronto Star investigation published on June 2nd, the RCMP has launched an intelligence-led process to collect and assess information under the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act. But to be clear, no related criminal investigations have been initiated. So we're calling upon the RCMP to be transparent in its ongoing investigation and to move forward and towards criminally charging those individuals complicit in war crimes. The Canadian Muslim community is devastated, but we are not defeated. To every elected official, this is your test. If you claim to stand for human rights, prove it. Otherwise, your human rights rhetoric is a farce and we see right through it. Call it a genocide, stop arming Israel, sanction Israel. Anything less is complicity. Thank you.
Now, I think I might have these slightly out of order. Yeah. Okay, so the next tab I wanted to hit was this one. So I'm going to move it over to... So I want to make clear, this guy, raging Zionist. But here this person is tweeting out, this is good news. Dual, and she's not being sarcastic here. Dual Israeli-Canadian citizens who serve in the IDF are now under investigation by Montreal police for alleged war crimes. More countries need to do this. Leave them nowhere to go. So this guy here, he's talking about it like it's a negative. Like, oh no, these poor IDF soldiers are being under investigation by the RCMP in Montreal. This is horrible. But she's kind of on board with us, like, no, this should be happening. So we're not going to listen to a lot of this, but here.
This could go in any number of directions, but to your point, I think you're right on the money.
Yeah, Canadian police open war crimes probe into IDF soldiers. Good.
This is part of a broader strategy to signal Canada's perspective, their view on Israel's war with Hamas.
How
Again, he's talking about it like this is a negative.
could this then investigation impact Canada's diplomatic relationship with Israel? Not only the diplomatic relationship with Israel, but also Canada's own Jewish Israeli communities that live right there in the country.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I don't know if the relationship, the diplomatic stance, the diplomatic posture that Canada has had since October 7th could get much worse when it.
So again, he's a senior fellow at Macdonald Laurier Institute, and I've covered him before because, again, he was talking out against this like it was a negative. He can still have his, title, his job. But if there's a teacher or instructor that's like, this genocide is bad and I'm pro-Palestinian from the river to the sea, they get fired. But here he is crying that people who are committing war crimes might be held accountable. And how the fact that if people go over there and participate in a genocide, it somehow makes the Jewish community unsafe here. That holding these people accountable, it will strike fear into the heart of Jewish people here for some reason.
Comes to Israel. You'll recall that along with France and the United Kingdom, Canada released a joint statement not long ago, just last month, where the first line in the statement is, we strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza. I mean, Israel's fighting
Again, he's talking about this as a negative.
What I consider to be a war of survival, a war against a genocidal death cult. And so right there, it doesn't get much more clearer than that. I mean, this is a government.
Okay, enough of that bullshit. So yeah, he's saying that Hamas is a genocidal death cult. Says the side that is currently committing the genocide. But here is yet another frustration. So Mohammed is quote tweeting Anita Anand, who is the Foreign Affairs Minister. Canada's condemnation of illegal settlements means nothing when they sold Israel $2.3 million in bombs and rockets, the antennas that enable GPS systems to target women and children. Enough hypocrisy, no more words, sanctions. Here is yet another statement from Anita Anand. Canada among countries condemning Israel's settlement plan as a violation of international law. We condemn it with the strongest of letters online. What are you going to do about it? Because, yeah, we knew this was going to expand into the West Bank. Israel has been violating international law for quite some time now. What are you going to do about it? Don't just say there's a line, because that line has been crossed a few times from this government. But oh no, we are among countries condemning it with words. And this is the article, Canada among countries condemning Israel's settlement plan as a violation of international law. I don't think I even really need to read this because it's all the same bullshit over and over again. But this is about Israel expanding into the West Bank. Yeah, we know. We know it's a violation of international law. What are you doing about it? other than allowing, organizations here in Canada to have events at synagogues where they are auctioning off Palestinian stolen land. That's allowed here. How is that a thing? And then the people who are protesting those events are often the ones that get in trouble. How's that a thing? And somebody just pointing out, because over in the UK, Sally Rooney, I too support Palestine action. If that makes me a supporter of terror under UK law, so be it. So in the UK, they have marked Palestine action as a terror group in line with like ISIS and stuff. And they arrest people with placards that say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. And I've covered it a couple weeks ago where they arrested hundreds of people over having signs that said that. And so here's an author using her platform to challenge this ridiculous law that they've put. My books are, at least for now, still published in Britain and are widely available. I want to be clear that I intend to use my proceeds of my work as well as my public platform generally to go on supporting Palestine action and direct action against genocide whenever I can. And more people with platforms need to be doing that. But this picture kind of resonated with me that somebody tweeted out, because here we have an elderly woman who was holding one of those signs that said, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action, being hauled away by the police, literally picked up and carried. Apparently she's a terrorist. But here we have a right-wing protest with somebody holding up a flag that says kill them all, like God sort them out. People who chant horrific things about, we're talking primarily about queer folks, and they are concerned parents. And that resonates with me because that same thing happens here. You can have left-wing rallies and the government will crack down on them, the police will crack down on them, but when there's a right-wing rally or protest of any sort, the police do nothing because they're often, that's their neighbor, that's their uncle, that's their brother. They're going to go to the barbecue with them later on. And so they're allowed to spew all this vile hatred and bullshit while somebody trying to stand up for peace gets arrested and demonized for that. And yeah, it's the same thing here in Canada. And in the UK, it's a lot worse than here in Canada, but like I've warned, anything that's happening in the UK right now under Keir Starmer, you can expect to see things like that happening here, unless we really, really push back from the get-go. And so this person is just tweeting out, I don't remember the police threatening to arrest people who banged pots to thank NHS during lockdown. And it's like, what are we talking about here? So apparently there's going to be a demonstration taking place and in the UK, and they want to put all these constraints on it that, we only want you to demonstrate in a way that won't be disruptive. We only want you to do it this way. We want it to do it in a way that will have zero impact whatsoever, is pretty much how it goes. And one of those is, the conditions will be, stop the banging of pots and pans which cause significant disruption to the people in the area. Ensure microphones and speakers are only used for speeches. See the assembly take place in the area identified below. So it's like, yeah, all around the world. It was done at a specific time of day or something. People went to their porches with pots and pans to bang them, to celebrate care workers, healthcare workers who were going to work in the face of COVID to help people who were struggling and suffering and dying from COVID. And that was just our way of supporting them. And that was totally fine. No issues with that. But now that you want to do that exact same thing because you oppose genocide, suddenly, it's a bit disruptive, eh? Versus, when they were banging all those pots and pans were during lockdowns too. So more people would have been at home. More people would have been disrupted by that. But no. because they want to do this for peace sake, suddenly it becomes an issue. And it's just, this reminds me of the hypocrisy again of Colin Kaepernick when he was kneeling during the national anthem. You know, he was trying to bring, you know, attention to the harm being done to the Black community. But suddenly, because he did that for that reason, it was wrong, whereas lots of people have done that sort of action before. But suddenly when it's for an issue they don't like, whew, it's like, no, no, no. Only certain actions are allowed for certain kinds of protests. Like, that's how restrictive that they're trying to get for your protests. You're free to do these actions for these reasons, but not for these reasons. Now, Mehdi Hassan tweeted this out, and I did not know all of this, and I thought it was really interesting to read up on it, because I have seen it, and it has been making me want to just scream and pull my hair out with certain networks that some of us might be familiar with, suddenly getting all cozy with Marjorie Taylor Greene. That somehow she's getting a pass on a lot of things because suddenly she's speaking out against the genocide. We need to team up with her. We need to bring her onto our show and flirt and do all this fun stuff because, you know, she's one of the strong ones. AOC is bad, though, because of one thing she once did once upon a time. And so if we go back to his original thread here, or original tweet, it's just, it makes me want to scream. Margie Taylor Greene is not a good person. She is an anti-Semite. She is Islamophobic. She is just a horrid, horrid person. You don't need to give her credit for shit. You know what? There's lots of other people in the government you can work with that aren't her to pass legislation. And if she wants to vote along with it for whatever bigoted, undercover bigoted reasons, so be it. But you don't have to work with her specifically. And so Mehdi Hassan was just pointing this out. I'm sorry, but all the new love for Marjorie Taylor Greene from some pro-Palestine folks combined with the hate for AOC is insane. I don't know how to say this. Has spent the past 22 months, so talking about a specific person, has spent the past 22 months attacking AOC, calling for her a fraud, but now says thank you to MTG. Let's just compare their Israel-Gaza records, shall we? AOC called for a ceasefire shortly after October 7th. MTG didn't and said anyone that is pro-Palestine is pro-Hamas and filed a censor resolution against Rashida Tlaib, calling her an anti-Semite and pro-terrorist. AOC was one of only 9 House members to vote against a blindly pro-Israel resolution in the wake of October 7th. MTG was one of the co-sponsors of that pro-Israel resolution. And again, a lot of people are getting on AOC's case because she voted one way for this one thing, when no, she probably shouldn't have or whatever, and making that her stance as opposed to all the background stuff, just like they are clinging on to this one statement from MTG and making that her stance when it never was and it isn't now. AOC voted again and again to restrict arms to Israel in 2024. MTG didn't. AOC boycotted Netanyahu's speech in Congress in 2024. MTG didn't. AOC first called out the genocide in Gaza on the House floor in March 2024. MTG said the G word for the first time only a few weeks ago. AOC defended pro-Palestine students on campus. MTG called for their deportation. Most recently, MTG put out a doctored image of a niqab on the Statue of Liberty after Zohran Mandami won the New York City primary. That Islamophobic tweet is still up. But this person says thank you to her and compares her record on Gaza favorably to AOC because MTG said a few anti-Israeli things in recent weeks and did one good vote after nearly 2 years of backing Israel and voting to arm and fund the genocide. We're now expected to believe that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a hero and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a villain on Gaza. Like I said, insane. And so that person, decided to respond, which is always a huge mistake to do when you're talking to Mehdi Hassan. Come on. You're not going to win that debate. Just a reminder that Gun for Hire Mehdi Hassan fervently promoted all the October 7th hoax atrocity propaganda and has never retracted. That's all you need to know. His priority is always to ingratiate himself and suck up to people in power, says the person sucking up to people in power. I couldn't care less about American politics and their parties, but I appreciate anyone who speaks out against Congress-funded Holocaust in Gaza, and no rep is doing it louder right now than MTG. It's unexpected and welcome. No one is stopping the others from outdoing her, including Weasley Slippery AOC. And it is, to some extent, true that MTG is being louder on this issue than a lot of Democrats, which is a shame to all of those Democrats. To allow that bigoted grifter snake outdo them on this is disgusting. And so Mehdi replies by saying, I had a feeling this person, as is his style, would resort to name-calling, abuse, and lies. He can't actually respond to any of the substance or receipts in my posts, so he ignores them all. To be clear, he says he appreciates anyone who speaks out against the Congress-funded Holocaust in Gaza, and then attacks AOC, who has done just that, and did so long before his new hero MTG, who voted to fund the genocide for 22 months. He also lies about me on the October 7th hoaxes. I did multiple viral videos debunking them and did an entire podcast over a year ago with Bassem Youssef specifically on the weaponization of assault and sexual violence claims by Israel. Try harder, Ali. Fact, as ever, aren't this person's strong point. Verbal abuse is, unless you're a Christian nationalist, a supporting anti-Muslim bigot who says supporting Palestinians make you pro-Hamas, then this person will fawn all over you, thank you, and praise you for your courage and integrity. Apparently that's all it takes. And let's just say this person isn't the only one to swing sides when it comes to that sort of thing. You who watch my channel regularly know exactly who I'm talking about. And that will be part of my video. This tweet might be part of that video now. But I just want to remind people again, it's easy to get lost and think that nothing is happening and that this horror is just going continued unabated. It's because the mainstream media isn't showing you what is happening. The protests, the people fighting back, the people pushing back. It's happening all around the world all the time. It's just we're not hearing about it the way that we hear about other things in the stories. So here we have at least CTV News saying tens of thousands march across Australia in support of Palestinians. And this isn't the first time. In Australia, there's been massive protests. 100,000 or something in one of them. And seeing the footage of it was just, it was amazing. Police estimate 10,000 people took part, while organizers said 100,000 marched in Sydney alone. And this is talking about the last one. They put the total figure at 300,000 across the nation. Oh, is this also the recent one? I guess this is the recent one. Like seeing footage from that wasn't being broadcasted on mainstream media was just absolutely amazing. And of course, even CTV News still has to say, the war started on October 7th. And then here in Canada, we have activists in Vancouver are holding a sit-in at the CBC office downtown, calling for the public broadcaster to condemn the killing of 231 journalists in Palestine and hold Israel accountable. CBC News needs to stop cowering to Israel's censorship and do their job. So again, these are happening all over the country, all over the world. And we simply aren't hearing about these actions. And so it is very important to keep this in mind. And if you want to participate in them, unfortunately, you're going to have to search. Whatever community, city you're in, you're going to have to search. You're going to have to get onto Instagram, search local areas, local group names. Instagram, I find, has been one of the places that they've been organizing a lot for this sort of thing, which again is a problem if you're not on Instagram. How do you find out about these things? Facebook will, but not to the same extent, not nearly to the same extent. So that's where a lot of the problem also comes in, and why people aren't hearing about it in general, is because the platforms used for it, for the organizing, aren't used by everyone that would want to participate in these. And so here's Eve's Angler, who I interviewed recently, and you can see the interview up on my channel, who again is also just talking about another rally at General Dynamics, calling for an arms embargo. His tweets are always so long. We are here to condemn our government for arming a live screamed Holocaust. We are here to condemn our government for lying about arming a live streamed Holocaust. I think that's what he meant up there too, but I feel like screaming. We are here to condemn General Dynamics for arming a live streamed Holocaust. And so, yes, these actions are happening all over, and it's important that if you want to participate, you have to search for them. So I'm going to do this, and then where's the Mediason? I'm going to separate that because I need to bookmark it for later. And then I will close all of these tabs here. There we go. Hopefully my computer will stop making noises at me. And then what did I want to get to next? Probably the tariff stuff. Okay. So let's check the SandBox. Okay. Grand Theft Autobot, seems to me they're only pausing because they got caught. Yes, they are. That's the only reason why. And that's why we need to speak out more and have this reporting, because a lot of these companies don't want the sunshine. And talking about some TV series. Rich B wondering how we can make it stop. We can only participate in the rallies and protests and stuff. I wish there was more we could do individually. It's part of the reason why I do this channel, is just to get the word out there so I can feel like something, that I'm doing something, because I'm very limited in my scope of what I can do. But I can't stay quiet. The Wild West, I'm here. Pride got canceled. Complicated situation. I saw a headline about it, but I didn't know it got canceled. I saw that the parade was interrupted. I didn't know it was canceled though. And I think it was because of Queers for Palestine doing a protest. But I'll probably be looking into it a bit more for my next live stream, because it was just happening as I was getting on here. But it's unfortunate. I know you were looking forward to it. So Rich P wasn't canceled because of right-wing BS, but actually left-wing. The Wild West conflict between Pride Committee and Queers for Palestine. I see a bit of both sides, which makes me a liberal. LOL. Yeah. I know Toronto had the same type of conflict before, with Black Lives Matter shutting down the Pride Parade for a bit. But it was only stalled. It wasn't shut down completely. So it's really sad that it got shut down completely. But it is one of those complicated things when it's like, I understand both sides of the situation. It's kind of like when protesters shut down highways and stuff. I'm so torn with it because I understand, it's usually the eco groups that are doing it. I understand the need to call attention to what's happening with climate change. But my heart also just bleeds for the person that you can see they're screaming that they need to get to work, because if they lose their job, they lose everything. And showing up late to work, especially in the States, can be that delicate. You can lose your job just like that. And so, that doesn't help your cause. That doesn't help bring people aside. But I also know that for these groups, they have to do things that extreme in order to get any sort of attention. So I see both sides to it too. But I'll probably cover it a bit more in my next live stream because I'm sure the news articles are just coming out now. Grand Theft Autobot, considering what Israel was doing, if October 7th hadn't happened, the can would have just been kicked down the road. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because they were just looking for an excuse. They got the excuse. If it wasn't that, it would have been something else. Or, the binds around Gaza would have been tightened in other ways. But this was always the outcome Netanyahu wanted. This is always the end result that they wanted. The Wild West. Last year, Pride stood in solidarity with Palestine, lost most of their corporate donors. This year, they didn't mention Palestine, so they reap what they sow, I suppose. It's a tricky thing because, these parades do need funding in order to go on because they're expensive and whatnot, but does that mean you censor yourself? Yeah, it's tricky. Grand Theft Autobot. Every time they call it a war, my rage meter increases. Yes, it's not a war. It's one-sided. It's a genocide. The Wild West. Cops are so nice to white supremacists. I wonder why. Yes. Oops. Jumped. Where was I? There we are. Rich P. Jank, what are you talking about? We just had a friendly conversation. We didn't flirt. Come on. You might be hitting on something I was hitting on. No, that tweet from Mehdi Hassan might be making a cut into my video now. Do you know what I found? It's a little bit of a spoiler because, again, I've been talking about this video and it's now that I'm getting back to actually working on it, it's going to be on my brain a lot. But I got a random video. Well, it wasn't that random. I call it accidental research because sometimes I wasn't planning on doing research and all of a sudden I start doing it and I was like, wait, Mike Figueredo was actually on the main shows, wasn't he? As a guest host every now and then. And so I went back to find one and I found one. I was just watching it to get some B-roll, but I started listening to it because it was about Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Jank goes on for like 3 minutes bashing her. Oh, this video of mine gets longer and longer all the time. Mike looks so much younger in it. Oh. Okay. Hello, Bobby. Welcome to the Sandbox. Grand Theft Auto, I wish there were a real-life Superman who could stop this massacre. Yeah. That's the thing. Sometimes it's almost like you need one superpower in this world, but the problem is that it would have to be like a benevolent superpower that could actually just crack down and end things. And it reminds me oddly of this Jet Li movie. A long time. Oh God, I used to watch a lot of martial art movies, and I think it was called One or something like that. And it was about an army, a military, or emperor or something that was taking over all the land. And yes, he was brutal and doing all this stuff, but he was doing that to end all the wars because there was all these skirmishes and wars happening between all the little nations. And so he wanted to end that by basically taking them all over and making them one. But in order to do that, it was pretty brutal. And I could see things like that happening. Would it necessarily be bad? I don't know. There might be some philosophy behind it that I might see. But the problem is that they'd have to be superior to every other nation, like an alien invasion or supernatural beings or something, that would just basically take over the world to end all the conflicts and stuff. But the problem is that we also run the risk of, instead of it being Superman, it could be mean Superman. Which if you watch you watch The Boys, and you can see if it goes wrong, if you have somebody that powerful. It's good when they're on your side. But yeah. Sometimes I'm just looking up at the stars like, hey, aliens, if you're out there, could you speed things along? Come here. Fried chicken sounds really yummy right about now. Don't talk about food. You see, the problem is that when you guys all start talking about good food and stuff like that, I do have some food here to eat, but it's all crap. I'm not a good cook. And so all the stuff is, toss in oven till burns, then eat. And sometimes I would just love a good meal, especially after one of these. But after one of these, like, it would mean I would have to go out and buy restaurant food. But sometimes I would just love to have a good meal. But I can't afford to go out to restaurants all that often. So I don't get that. And I like turkey and gravy, especially around the holidays and stuff. And some restaurants would have that, like all the works and whatnot. And yeah, be nice. The reference frame going, break the streak, I ate pasta. Like, I think the most that I'm going to do after this is make some mac and cheese because that's good comfort food and it's easy. Requires very little brain waves. But welcome to the SandBox reference frame. Grand Theft Autobahn says Superman, it's Ultraman or Homelander. That's basically what we have right now with the right wing because they're global. And that's what they're doing. We don't have a global leftist movement the same way the right does. And that's what they're doing, is they're working around the world. So I guess in a way we do have it. It's just not one person. Rich P, I'd rather get sucked down a wormhole and end up living on a ship with a bunch of escaped prisoners and then just have the aliens come here. I know the reference, and it is kind of appealing at times, but would that escape ship have peanut butter? And my cats? The Wild West, because I couldn't go to the parade, I found out we now have a 24-hour healthy convenience store with salads and Ikea bowls and stuff. It's cool. Oh, nice. Bobby, I cooked for a living 10 years. I can bake, like cakes and stuff like that, but you know, it's always once in a while. Hello, Posette. Oh. But yeah, after these streams, I'm usually I need to wind down, and going out to like a restaurant or something, it's like, ugh. Like even if it was just for fast food or something, I'm like, oh. Because normally like even a slice of pizza would do. But yeah, sometimes it would be just nice during the week to be able to have like a good meal. Oh. Anyway, the other streams should be ending sometime soon. Because I've been at this. Oh, no. Maybe there a half hour or so. I know the Vanguard usually only goes for like 2.5 hours or so. 2 hours. Depends on how many super chats I get. So I think we still have a half hour before any potential raids. Fingers crossed. The reference frame, our obscurity in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save ourselves. Pale Blue Dot by Carl Sagan, yeah. Well, here's the thing. There might have been other life on here, like other aliens visiting this Earth, but what are the chances that they happened while we were here? You know, the billions of years that Earth has been around. What makes you think it would happen in this tiny second of this planet? There's an unofficial raid going on. Hello, Soul Life. I guess... Oh, the Vanguard did end. Okay. Be nice if they raided me officially. But welcome over, Vanguardians. Is that what they go by on that channel? Anyway, why don't we get back into it? Going to talk about some tariffs. It's always so hard talking about tariffs because it changes every goddamn day. But, you know, elbows up. So, Trump, Carney got together, talked about tariffs. Carney's dropping a bunch of them. And here in Canada, we got exactly nothing back. People keep on saying that he's playing the long game or something. Maybe. Could you maybe speed that along? If you're playing 4D chess, can we see the chessboard, please? Please let this know that this is happening. Are you going to come up? Because it's getting really frustrating to see this banker, this negotiator, this adult in the room constantly capitulating to Donald Trump, and we get nothing in return. Hello, Abernathy. You get an Abernathy in return. So, recent talks, and here we go. And Mark Carney will spin this like it's a positive, that he won the day. Oh, come on. You just want to play with my stuff. All my little knickknacks and stuff on here. Come on, down you go. Down you go. Let's see how long it lasts this time. Okay. So. From Mark Carney, Canada currently has the best trade deal with the United States. 85% of our exports to the U.S. are tariff-free. To preserve Canada's unique advantage, we are matching the U.S. by removing our tariffs on U.S. goods covered by CUSMA. That just sounds like something you would find on like the Urban Dictionary. Does that even exist anymore, the Urban Dictionary? CUSMA? Just sounds like a very, you know, liquid-based sexual act. But yeah. Did we get, no, what? Well, here he is talking about it. Again, spinning this like a win. That out of all the countries, we're number one with the United States when it comes to trade issues, as in they're not hurting us as much as they're hurting the rest, but they're still hurting us. And what in all your negotiating have you done? Have you done? There are people here in this country who can't maintain their businesses much longer. And what has he actually done?
In a positive and very important development earlier this month, just a few weeks ago, the United States reaffirmed a core commitment to our free trade agreement, CUSMA, by reinforcing that those Canadian exports to the United States that are compliant with that agreement, that are compliant with CUSMA, will not be subject to U.S. IEEPA tariffs. Now, there's a lot of acronyms in that paragraph, so let me try to summarize what that actually means. As a result of that decision by the United States, the actual U.S. tariff rate on Canadian goods is 5.6%. Compare that to the 16% global average.
See, we're not being beaten every day by the United States. They're just beating us 2 days a week. We're winning, is how this sounds. You know, it's like it's not every day that we're receiving a huge beating. It's just 2 days. And then the other 5 days we're good. Yeah.
That remains the lowest amongst all of the United States trading partners. And more than 85% of Canada-US trade is now tariff-free. So let's be absolutely clear. Canada currently has the best trade deal with the United States. And while it's different from what we had before, it is still better than that of any other country. So as we work to address outstanding trade issues with the United States, it's important, it's vital. We do everything we can to preserve this unique advantage for Canadian workers, Canadian businesses. And doing so will require both building on a soon-to-be revised CUSMA, our free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico, as well as developing a new form of trade and security partnership with the United States. In this context, and consistent with Canada's commitment to CUSMA, I'm announcing today that the Canadian government will now match the United States by removing all of Canada's tariffs on U.S. goods specifically covered under CUSMA.
So, PM Carney announces Canada will drop retaliatory tariffs against U.S. So I'm sure Trump has done the same. No. And Dale, If you don't have a sense of humor when it comes to me saying it sounds like a sexual act, this channel is probably too mature for you. But, you know, I'm not the only one that is getting a little bit like, so where are those elbows coming in play? Like, you know, you keep on saying elbows up, but when do we get a win here? And somebody actually challenged him on it. And people are saying, oh, if you go into the comments of this, because people just love Mark Carney if they're a liberal or something, that this was like the best answer ever. Really? Really?
And I have played some hockey over the years.
So, Mark Carney is asked what he says to critics who says the tariff news is elbows down.
And there is a time in a game, in a big game, and this is a big game, when you go hard in the corners, you elbows up. The time in a game where you drop the gloves in the first period and you send a message. And we've done that pretty uniquely in the world.
See, I'm using a hockey analogy for all of this because I'm so Canadian, eh?
We happen to have the best deal with the Americans right now. I know.
Yeah, sometimes, like, you know, we can say here in Canada, our healthcare system is better than USA. It doesn't mean that our healthcare system isn't a long way from, you know, being good. Just because you're not the worst doesn't make you good. So just because, you know, our agreement with the United States might be better than a lot of other countries, it doesn't mean it's good.
But there's also a time in a game where you want the puck, you want a stick handle, you want to pass, you want to put the puck in the net. And we're moving later into the game, and we're at that time in the game. And that's where the engagement is. And
yeah. So just use, yeah, well, sometimes in a game of hockey, you have to put the gloves down and, yeah, So this has been happening over and over again with Carney, the capitulation, the concessions, all of this over and over again to Donald Trump. When's the goal? What is the goal? Like, when do we benefit from this? When does this, you know, negotiating take place? This genius negotiator that people seem to think Mark Carney is because he was a banker. When does this start benefiting Canadians, what he's doing? Because I hate to say it. This douche canoe is right.
Today we learn that it has been yet another capitulation and climb down by Mark Carney.
And it doesn't mean he wouldn't be doing the exact same thing, because he absolutely would be doing the exact same thing and probably worse.
His elbows have mysteriously gone missing. And this call follows on other concessions. He promised during the campaign he would have dollar-for-dollar retaliation. He pulled that back. He made concessions on the military while getting nothing in return. He pulled back on his digital services tax, a terrible tax, but you'd think he'd get something in return for it. Nothing.
Other than saying that it was a terrible tax, the digital service tax, so far everything he's saying is actually right for a change.
And today, he removed even almost all of the tariffs on the United States and got none lifted from Canada. This continues with the weakness that he's shown on the world stage, continuing ahead with a $1 billion loan to the dictatorship in Beijing to build ships for Canada, creating jobs for foreign workers in steel and shipbuilding, while that same regime hits our farmers and fish harvesters.
We do need to be building more ties with China. The United States not reliable at this point. We need to be building more ties with China.
With increasingly high and unfair tariffs. Mr. Carney's capitulations would be laughable if they weren't so tragic. They will harm our farmers, our...
Okay, let's get to the news article about this. Retaliatory tariffs turnaround puts Ottawa in better negotiating spot, says LeBlanc. Really? Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc said the decision to drop retaliatory tariffs puts Ottawa in a better position to negotiate changes to U.S. President Donald Trump's devastating duties on key sectors and ease tensions ahead of a review of critical continental trade agreement. Oh, so Carney did this ahead of time in hoping to get into Trump's good graces before the real negotiating happens? What's that thing about that we keep on hearing these days about that? Oh, right, that comply in advance thing. Our responsibility as a government is to get the best deal we can for Canadian businesses and Canadian workers, LeBlanc told Canadian Press interview. We have to be prepared to sit constructively at a table with the other side in the table and have that conversation. Carney announced Friday that Canada will drop some retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. product that match American tariff exemptions for goods covered under CUSMA. Canada's counter tariff on steel, aluminum, and automobiles will remain. The Prime Minister spoke to Trump on phone. Let's see. So, LeBlanc had been cycling through Washington in July looking for a tariff off-ramp before Trump's first deadline, make the deal. LeBlanc, retaliatory tariffs, significant point of contention for the Trump administration. A deal never materialized and Trump increased tariffs, and we all know some of that history. Let's see, where are we going to on here? There's another part in here I wanted to read. Let's see if this was it. Trump upended global trade with his massive tariff agenda, and Carney and LeBlanc have both cautioned that Canada is unlikely to end up in the same place as it was before the president returned to the White House in January. The Continental Trade Pact is crucial for Canada, and LeBlanc said it would be irresponsible to not be clear-eyed about the importance of preserving the position we're in. With the CUSMA review looming, LeBlanc said it was important to align ourselves with that American decision to exempt products compliant with the trade pact. Canadians are hoping conversations with Trump administration can shift to a bilateral agreement that will bring some reprieve to the sectoral tariffs on specific industries like steel, aluminum, and autos before CUSMA talks start, LeBlanc said. Trump has appeared unwilling to budge on those duties, even with countries that have struck trade deals, LeBlanc said. Therein lies the challenge. Yeah. You think? Uh-huh. Yep. LeBlanc says he's talking to Americans about a package of stuff that can be included in investment opportunities in areas like defense, security, and the hope it could amount to a bilateral agreement that would take the pressure off strategic sectors. Yeah. We have a number of arguments that I hope might put us in a position to get bilateral agreement. But that's the work we have to do over the next few weeks, next couple of months, before we get into the detailed CUSMA review conversations with them and the Mexicans. Yeah, the whole comply in advance thing, huh? Try to sweeten the pot before it's even on the stove. And here's Doug Ford inserting himself into this conversation, because of course he does.
Well, first of all, this guy's not going to stop. You can either run away or, fall down and wave the white flag. We should never do that. We should hit him back twice as hard, and I've said this to the Prime Minister. If you roll over, this guy just keeps beating you and beating you and beating you. No, let's start hitting back. Start hitting.
Yeah, kinda.
Hitting back hard. Again, we do $359 billion of products we buy off the U.S. And a tariff on Canada is a tax on Americans. There isn't one American congressperson, not one American senator or a governor that agrees with his tactics. But guess what? They're terrified of him. I spoke to two Republicans yesterday. They totally disagree. And Rand Paul, thank you. He's the only one, maybe there are a few other senators, that actually stand up to the president. Imagine that. You have a leader of the country that's supposed to unite everyone, and he's saying, if you say anything bad against me, I'm going to defeat you. I'm going to knock you off in the next election. You won't be representing our party. Well, he has a rude awakening. We aren't going to roll over. We aren't going to kiss his backside. We're going to fight like we've never fought before. And we're also, as David just announced, we just announced over $70 million for additional training and working with people that may be in jeopardy of losing their job. I don't even like saying losing a job. I want to say there's going to be new opportunities for more jobs here. I'm going to tell you something about the seal.
And that is why he won the last provincial election. People want the illusion of strength right now, and Doug Ford gives it. So that gives him free rein to do all the other horrible, shitty things he's doing because he has these strong words here. Because he seems like he's actually fighting back against Trump and the tariffs. Saying we aren't going to kiss his backside. It's easy for him to say that now when he's not really in a position, like he's not in a federal position to do much about it. But yeah, this is why Doug Ford wins. This and this alone, because the amount of other corruption and bullshit he does that I cover on a regular basis all gets brushed aside because this is top of mind for a lot of Canadians right now is the tariff issue. And nobody in the Liberal government is saying this as strongly as he is. And all we're seeing from the Liberal government is capitulation and concessions and this, but without much in the way of pushback. And this is how somebody like him gets to maintain power, but keep in mind, he's hardly what I would call an adult in the room. This is from Colin DeMello. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says he doesn't have plans to go to DC, but is willing. When they need me, I'll be down there giving my colleague Howard Lutnick a little poke, Ford said in the U.S. Commerce Act. He needs a couple of more pokes. Don't worry, I'll poke him, Ford says. That's these are the leaders that we have, making playful little banter like this. After saying something like this. This is the same person who said that. Same person. So here's Colin DeMello again saying the CFIB says 1 in 5 businesses may not last 6 months unless the tariff situation with the U.S. changes. More needs to be done to be helping Canadian businesses. That's just it. More needs to be done. And Doug Ford again. I spoke with Prime Minister Carney following his announcements to stress the need for an agreement with the United States that provides relief to our tariff-impacted sectors, including steel, auto, forestry, and copper. If the federal government can't achieve that, they need to hit back hard against the U.S. tariffs and provide additional supports for the workers and businesses in these sectors. And so we have this type of thing going up against Mark Carney, who Mark Carney is basically trying to gaslight everyone by saying, look, we have the best deal with the United States. Why are you so upset? We have, out of all the countries, our deal is the best. This is a good thing. It's a good thing. All that pain and suffering you're feeling, well, we have the best deal. The federal government also needs to move fast to ensure Ontario Steel is helping to build the future of Canada. Everything we make in Canada, from ships, military equipment, pipelines, and every piece of infrastructure should be made using Ontario and Canadian steel. Let's get moving, says the person who constantly is giving contracts to foreign and American corporations. Yeah, hundreds of millions of dollars worth, actually, to American and other foreign corporations. Anyway, more about what Donald Trump is doing. Trump slaps sanctions on Canadian International Criminal Court judge. Is this in the audio? I think so.
To some breaking news, the Trump administration has slapped a Canadian judge on the International Criminal Court with sanctions as the U.S. State Department continues to push back on the tribunal. The State Department today said Kimberly Prost was sanctioned for, quote, ruling to authorize the ICC's investigation into U.S. personnel in Afghanistan.
So since the judge was going to do her job, Donald Trump said, we need to sanction her.
Prost has been a judge in the trial division since 2018. She also worked for the Canadian Department of Justice for nearly 2 decades. The State Department also took action against other ICC officials from France, Fiji, and Senegal, linked to the tribunal's investigation into Israel's actions in Gaza and the West Bank. The ICC issuing a statement that reads in part, the International Criminal Court deplores the announcement of new designations for sanctions by the U.S. administration against ICC judges Kimberly Prost and others. The ICC goes on to say these sanctions are a flagrant attack against the independence of an impartial judicial institution, which operates under the mandate from 125 states parties from all regions.
Yeah, so here is Trump again trying to influence other countries, what other countries are doing, the ICC. Remember what I was saying about that one superpower taking over the world? And that, you know, yeah, if it was benevolent, it'd be good, but so far not so much. And so because this judge was going to do her job and do what a lot of people want to see happen, he is sanctioning her. And so Heather McPherson, who is an NDP MP, says Canada was one of the architects in the international justice system, and now the Liberal government is silent. This is unacceptable betrayal by Anand and Carney. So Trump goes and sanctions this ICC judge, and crickets. Again, it's that capitulation, it's the concessions, it's the complying in advance from Carney. That is really disconcerting. So this person had just tweeted out relatively small countries such as Finland are vocally defending the ICC from Trump's latest sanctions, but Canada, a G7 member and one of the first countries to push the ICC's creation in the 1990s, has said nothing, even after a Canadian judge was sanctioned this week. Well, that's not entirely true. An ambassador, Bob Ray, he said something and then immediately deleted the tweet. So Stuart Benson is just tweeting this out. In the latest inexplicable stance of elbow down, Canada's ambassador to the UN, Bob Ray, has deleted this tweet condemning the U.S. sanctions of Canadian ICC judge and linking it to similar attacks on the court legitimacy by Israel and Russia. So, Bob Ray had tweeted this out. This U.S. attack on the International Criminal Court and its judges is disgraceful. Judge Kim Prost are carrying out their public duties. Attacks on them by Russia, Israel, and the U.S. are intended to weaken and intimidate the international legal system. They must not succeed. Why'd you delete that, Bob? Why? Could be a little problematic here. Because the more Trump does this and get away with it, because he's already done this sort of thing and gotten away with it. Because here we have Trump hits Brazil with 50% tariff over witch hunt trial of ex-leader Bolsonaro. So again, this is that whole one power taking over the world thing where Trump is trying to influence the courts of other countries, the ICC. He's already influenced the tax code of Canada because we dropped the digital service tax because of Trump. Also, Carney probably wanted to do it anyway and use it as a good excuse. But we have changed our tax code for Trump. a couple times. And now he's trying to coerce the ICC, coerce, Brazil to get what he wants. And who's standing up to him? Like, that's the problem when the superpower in the world goes evil. Not that the United States was ever benevolent, but you know what I mean. And here's I thought I had the article. There's an article about this. Finland deeply regrets the new sanctions imposed by the U.S. and judges deeply prosecute International Criminal Court. The ICC must be able to fulfill its mandate effectively without restrictions. Judicial prosecutorial independence of the ICC is crucial. Oh well. But with everything that's happening down in the States, the conditions, the police taking over cities, the what's happening to trans folks in particular and everything, of course. Let's get to this article. Americans applying for Canadian refugee status in increasing numbers. I could have told you that. I don't need to see data to know this is true. More Americans applied for refugee status in Canada in the first half of 2025 than in all of 2024, and more than in any full year since 2019, according to data published on Thursday by Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board. So we're not talking about refugees from other countries. This is specifically Americans trying to get refugee status here in Canada. Their share of total refugee claims is, tiny, 245 of about 55,000 is small, and Canada's acceptance of U.S. refugees claims has historically been low. And they're about to say why. Asylum seekers from other countries crossing the land border from the U.S. are sent back under a bilateral agreement with the reasoning that they should apply for asylum in the first safe country they arrive in. And so this is the Safe Third Country Act. So if somebody is fleeing a country, they're supposed to try to claim refugee status in the first country that they get into that is safe, which means Canada bypasses a lot of that because there's only one land border, and the United States is still considered a safe third country for reasons. Last year, 204 people filed refugee claims in Canada with the United States as their country alleged persecution. Claims from the U.S. also rose during the first Trump administration. The data does not say why the claims were made. 8 lawyers told Reuters they were hearing more from trans Americans wanting to leave. Reuters spoke with a trans woman from Arizona who came to Canada in April to file a claim, and to a woman who came to file a claim on behalf of her young trans daughter. U.S. President Donald Trump and the U.S. Supreme Court have rolled back trans rights, restricting who can access gender-affirming care, who can serve in the military, and who can use what bathroom, and who can play in some sports. To gain asylum, refugees must convince Canada's Immigration and Refugee Board that nowhere in the United States is safe for them. So basically, as long as there is one blue state that trans and queer folks can potentially flee to for safety when it comes to these restrictions, Canada will turn them away. Even if, it might be easier, cheaper, better, safer for them to claim refugee status here in Canada. So if a lot of these things that they've done towards trans people becomes federalized, and it means that it's going to be the same in every state, then they would have a better chance of claiming refugee status here. But as long as there's that one blue state that doesn't have all these restrictions, they'd be turned away. Their refugee claims would be rejected. The board recently added documents from groups such as Human Rights Watch examining the U.S. treatment of LGBTQ people to its national documentation package detailing countries' conditions. A U.S. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said people claiming refugee status in Canada would create room for individuals facing actual fear and persecution. And so the other thing is that with the culture turning the way it is down in the States, there could be states that still provide the services, still allow people to go into the washroom of their choice and whatnot. But it doesn't mean they're safe. And I've said that about Canada too. When it comes to a lot of other countries like the UK and the United States, for queer folks and trans folks, Canada is safer. But it is not safe. It's not a utopia up here. There's still a lot of issues, a lot of bigotry, a lot of the governments, provincial governments trying to roll back rights. If Pierre Poilievre gets in power, that's exactly what he would be doing too. You know, Mark Carney is doing almost as much or more than what I think Pierre Poilievre would do with a lot of things, but he hasn't attacked that issue, and Pierre Poilievre would be doing everything Carney is and attacking queer issues. So and a little bit more on issues around refugees here is Chow calls on feds to restore funding for refugee shelter program as city faces $107 million shortfall. The reality is it's extremely hard to claim to be a refugee in Canada or to immigrate to Canada. And the federal government has been making it more difficult. But this is just, what this leads to is just cruel. Report says lack of funding could result in refugees claimants staying in shelters longer. Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow is calling on the federal government to reverse a funding decision she says will hinder the city's ability to shelter refugees and asylum seekers. In a letter sent to council members Wednesday, Chow said the city will have to come up with an additional $107 million. You know what? There's a policing budget you have that you could easily cut by that much and they would still be well over the means, considering that it's 1.18 billion, I believe. I see a good place where you could get that money from. Just saying. This year to continue to provide emergency shelter to refugee claimants at its current level after the federal government offered just 26% of the funding the city requested through the Interim Housing Assistance Program. The federal government has been the main source of funding for Toronto's refugee response in recent years, reimbursing 95% of the city's expenses. As you know, providing safe shelter for refugee claimants is a federal responsibility, and the city and province cannot shoulder the cost, Chow wrote. Chow urged councillors to get the message out that the federal government must not walk away from the responsibility to provide the funds to do so. So yes, when it comes to immigration, refugee stuff, that is a federal responsibility. Like, city budgets aren't designed to cover that sort of thing. The system is broken from the municipal, provincial, and federal level. The system is just broken on all three levels. But to help out with that, we have breaking. This is from Progress Toronto. Thousands of refugees could soon be without shelter because of Canadian government cutting. Sign our petition. So this is the petition. And I will go here. And I will toss this into the SandBox. So I just tossed this petition in the SandBox. Petition tell Parliament to restore shelter funding for refugees. So if you can, fill this out, and every little bit helps when it comes to these sorts of things. What was next? What was next? This is feeling like a very long docket. All right. I don't really know if I have much to say about this other than it's creepy as hell. Mark Carney is really leaning hard into the AI, and Crystal Avalos is just pointing out that, yeah, Carney, robot flight attendants can't disobey my strike-breaking laws. Trying to replace workers with these types of robots and stuff before safety nets and socialism was put in place is just a recipe for disaster. And we're already seeing the results. You know, people more desperate for jobs, people more desperate for jobs that actually pay, people getting replaced by AI without any sort of social supports to cover the costs that they're losing in their incomes. Well, you know, the cost of living continues to skyrocket. So Mark Carney is just saying AI is the key to unlocking productivity, higher paying jobs, and more prosperity. So that's unlocking productivity, as in the robots, and AI will be doing it. And the higher paying jobs would just be going to the CEOs of the corporations who are now getting more money because they're not having to pay as many employees. I met with the team at Mila AI Institute yesterday to discuss how Canada can be at the forefront of emerging technology that will make Canada's economy stronger and more competitive. So here's the thing. Our economy can be booming. It doesn't mean it's booming for everyone. It's an averages thing. And it's the same with inflation. Oh, inflation's not that bad. Well, if you're in the top 30%, inflation is not bad. But if you're in the lower percentages, it was actually worse. But when you're talking about averages, so yes, the economy could be booming. You know, AI could help unlock that productivity. It doesn't mean it's booming for everyone. It just means that dollar-wise, it's booming. But dollar-wise, it only has to boom for a few people to average out. So those higher paying jobs are the CEOs who are already having the high paying jobs. This isn't for the average worker to get a better paying job. And I missed this tweet when I did my live stream on Friday, but again, it's just more fear-mongering from Pierre Poilievre. And this is why it's such a headache dealing with him. Trying to push back against this: shootings, arson, crime, and chaos knocking at the front doors after 10 years. Liberals' laws, which Mark Carney has nothing done, blah, blah, blah. It's just fear-mongering. Canada is, relatively speaking, a safe country. Tragedies happens, and it always makes me sick that someone like Pierre jumps on every single tragedy that happens to politicize it, to make it a talking point, to make it, you know, this thing that he can prop up and look and see how bad the Liberals are, when he would never actually propose any sort of policy that would help fix the underlying issues of crime, which is a lot to do with poverty and income inequality. But he would do nothing to actually fix the root cause of the issues. He just wants to hold them up for his own gains, regardless if the families consent to it or not. It is just disgusting. And with all this talk recently about leaders and, you know, especially with the UK and they're having a new party revamped and stuff like that, I want to do more research into this and get some videos and maybe actually do just a video about this, which I think would be very good to have, about remembering what we could have had, remembering the roots of the NDP. Tommy Douglas. I wouldn't mind doing a video where it really goes into the history of the NDP and Tommy Douglas, because, yeah, this is one of his quotes. Once more, let's do this. Once more, let me remind you what fascism is. I need not wear a brown shirt or a green shirt. Fascism begins the moment a ruling class, fearing the people may use their political democracy to gain economic democracy, begins to destroy political democracy in order to retain its power of exploitation and special privilege. And yes, we're seeing that unfold in the United States definitely right now, but the NDP is so far from quotes like this right now. They're just another shade of liberal. That's all they are right now. We need to get back to this, to Tommy Douglas. We need to get back to this, the roots of the NDP. The country is craving it right now. They really are. But this is what we need. Okay. Save this for later. I still need to sign the petition. And then close all these tabs so my computer can quit making weird sounds at me. And what are we up to next? How do I still have this? Oh, right. Okay. It's a potential, see how my wind is going docket. That's the censorship docket, and then that's a provincial docket. Okay. Just looking at the dockets I still have to do. Let me know in the SandBox what you want to hear, which docket you would like next. The one that kind of gets into censorship or provincial news. And provincial is Ontario and Alberta in particular this time. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to do the provincial one first because it's really long and I want to get it out of the way. So that's the one. That's the one. But before we get to the provincial docket, go and check the SandBox. It still kind of boggles my mind how much talking I do during these, because that was just non-stop talking. And unfortunately, I don't pay attention much to what's happening in the SandBox when that happens because I'm hyper-focusing on what's in the screen in front of me. So only every now and then can I catch something out of the corner of my eye, but normally not a chance. Okay, that's where we were. Hello, Tamira Chance. Greetings to the good people of Canada from Pacifica, California. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see what people are saying. The Wild West. Everyone's played some hockey, Mark. You know what? I might break down with all this talk of food and actually go out and get something real to eat. Well, it depends on where my energy is. Like I said, mac and cheese, it's relatively easy to make and it's a very nice comfort food. It's just I like having something to put with it, like some sort of meat source, and I don't have one that is conveniently. I have a frozen block of ground beef, which I'm not going to think about right now. But I don't have an easy meat source to put with it, so but at the same time, when I'm done all of this, chances of me wanting to go outside will be slim to none. So when I laid those options together, because I finally got through my box of those frozen meatballs that you can get, or boxes of them, because I screwed up big time with it. Because they were on sale. It was buy 2 boxes, get 1 for free. And I'm like, yay, these meatballs are great. You know, you can cook them up easily, add them as a sort of meat source to things. and I don't have to worry about it. But then the boxes I got were slightly spicy, and I can't handle any spice, like none. And they were all slightly spicy, so I still eventually ate them all. It just meant that I didn't really enjoy those meals. That's the thing about living in poverty. Sometimes it's like the food you get, it might not be enjoyable food, but it's food. So luckily I'm done with those boxes now. So if I do that again, I'll make sure not to get those boxes. But yeah, I'm thinking more and more I'm probably just going to go for the mac and cheese, because going out takes effort and I don't order in. Like, I used to order in pizza back in the day when you could literally just call the pizza shop and order the pizza. But now it's through all these apps and things and go online and all that sort of, like, no, I just wanted to be able to call the freaking restaurant and say, this is what I want. Oh, but I have personally never used Uber Eats. I've been at some places where other people have used it and then I went on with them type thing, but I have personally never used it or any other app like that. And basically I stopped ordering in pizza once they were all basically like, you have to order online. So, yeah. It's also just a waste of money. Like, that's the thing. Back in the day with the pizzas, it was just, you pay the same price as if you were in there and then you just tip the driver type thing. Or there was like a small fee or something. Something like that. Rich P can't PP just crawl back under the crusty, lifeless rock he crawled out from. Yeah. Hello, So Life. Welcome to the SandBox. The US effed up. It'll try to use its military might to end, and they won't even have enough people in a draft due to corporate greed, and politicians have enabled for decades. They effed up. Well, the health condition of a lot of people who would be in the draft age. So Life. Drafting unhealthy Americans, good luck there. Yeah. A lot of the people who are in drafting age are not healthy enough in the United States. Because obesity is a problem there, and that has a lot to do with how the food is manufactured, all the processed food and all the stuff that goes into the processed food, and then lack of walkable cities, or cities that you can actually move around in, which means everyone is driving everywhere all the time. Jobs where you sit all day and do nothing, but then there's no leisure time to go out and play a sport or anything of that sort, or go to a gym and whatnot. And so then usually the only food people have time for and the energy for is fast food or ultra processed food, which means people are just not healthy. And then there are people who live in food deserts where there's no grocery stores around, where they can get fresh foods. So just the food that they can access is horrid quality. And then there's food swamps where the only food around that they can access is fast food. So a lot of them don't have places where they can even go to get healthy food. And then, so this is like a huge societal problem. But then people who are overweight and obese are still mocked and told it's their fault and blamed and all this sort of stuff, when literally there's nothing they individually could do other than stop eating. I do know a fair bit about the subject, just given my issues around my body image. Reference frame. The C is silent in LeBlanc. French. It's like, I know it's French just based on the word, but it's like, why do you have all these written out letters? Like, this is part of the reason why when I was trying to learn French, I realized I couldn't do it by myself. Because the way I'd be reading it on like as you're reading the books and stuff like that, the words wouldn't formulate in my head properly, and so I wouldn't be able to understand a French person because so many letters are just not pronounced. Like I thought English was bad. French is really bad for that sort of thing. And so I can't visually learn French without having somebody there who can help me with the audio of French, if that makes any sense. And then if I try to visually learn French on my own, it's just going to mess me up, and I would never be able to actually understand what French folks are saying. But I do desperately want to learn French. I just can't afford a tutor. And that's for some things I can learn stuff on my own. But for this, I need a tutor, somebody who actually knows how to teach French. Hello, Wanda M. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm guessing Orange Man doesn't even remember his conversation with Carney considering his health issues. That's entirely possible. There's lots of videos going out right now about Trump's apparent health issues. Some people saying that just given his access to medical care, he's going to live forever. And other people like, no, he's going to drop dead tomorrow. It's a roulette wheel. Like, it's one of those wheels that you spin. What is Trump going to be today? Like, it's just... To me, either option has an equal potential to be true. That he could drop dead tomorrow due to health conditions, or that he could live till 99 because of the healthcare access he has. To me, both options have the same potential of happening. The reference frame, it's just posturing. You are right, Sandy. I like reading comments like that, even though I don't entirely know the context. It looks like it was right around... Who was speaking? Well, there's talk of Rand Paul. I think that's when Doug Ford was speaking. Soul Life. I'm not convinced your president is a liberal. Get out of the sandbox. We don't have a president, Soul Life. We have a prime minister. And no, he is not a liberal. He just wears the mask of one. You're going to make a mistake like that and be in the sandbox? Wanda M. Trump is so out of it. This would be the time for Canada to run rings around him. The man's brain is mush. Yeah. Makes me believe that Carney isn't negotiating with Trump. He's negotiating with Trump's handlers. I don't think Trump is I don't think he has the cognitive ability to do what is necessary right now. And yes, Wanda, if Carney sent him a gold-plated puck. You know, here's a gold-plated hockey puck. That would probably do more than, you know, dropping tariffs to try to appease him. Tamara Chance, I can't apologize enough to the world for the menace of the American redneck bullshit. Well, Canada has a lot to apologize to if we get down to it. So, Life, it's a bad precedent that the U.S. is making global standards meaningless. And also, Israel can conduct ethnic cleansing and genocide. Yeah. Rich P, if I had money and weren't literally doing the we want help in Canada, weren't literally doing we want healthy people, only BS, I try to immigrate up here, yeah. So Life Canada anticipated this and tightened up immigration laws in case Trump won again. No, that one actually was not influenced by you guys. It was just influenced by the right wing. Became a major talking point, and Justin Trudeau slipped up by allowing a lot of immigrants in, but didn't supply the proper supports. And the housing market was also crashing, which just meant that immigrants became the convenient scapegoats, saying, oh, well, it's all the immigrants' fault that housing is unaffordable, as opposed to all the policies that Justin Trudeau was putting into place. And so to kind of make up for that, then suddenly they clamped down even harder on immigration. So that was just them losing at the political game and trying to cover their tracks. The reference frame, the Rainbow Railway, is pushing the government to change this policy and accept LGBT as refugees. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, the Rainbow Railway, if you're queer in the United States, look it up, see what kind of supports that they can offer or suggestions that they have, because it's pretty much what it sounds like. You know, trying to get people who are queer from other countries and in danger to Canada, where, again, relatively speaking to most places in the world, is really safe. Okay, now you guys are talking about male lactation, and yes, it is possible in some cases with some treatments and stuff of that sort. I've seen documentaries on it. Grand Theft Auto AI is too destructive to the environment as well. Absolutely. Hello, Flow Snake. Welcome to this side of the pond. Hello, Rachel Atwood. Oops. Hello, Bee Cat. Feels like another live stream has ended. As I'm getting people coming in here. Bee Cat. So in Canada, they're lib shits. In America, they're shit libs. Rachel Atwood was the symbolism behind Trump's obsession with gold. Oh, it's just your standard show of wealth. A lot of empires love to plate things in gold. He probably thinks to some extent it makes him look like more important than what he is. Let's see. Bee Cat just got home. Yeah. People talking about recipes and food. Why are you doing that? Unless somebody wants to order me a meal. Which is never going to happen, because you don't know where I live. Exactly. Oh well, why don't we get into it? So the next one is about a couple provinces, Ontario and Alberta. Yeah, they're constantly trying to go and race to the bottom of the barrel. Usually to find that see, it doesn't work in this joke. I made that joke when I was doing a Rebel HQ video. It was like something along the lines of, in Texas and Florida's race to the bottom of the barrel, they found that Alabama was already there. Something like that. But here is Doug Ford in his very performative bullshit that he loves to do, where he's like, I'm a good person. Look at what I'm doing. This is great. You know, I'm one of the people. This is a photo op and a soundbite that he is after. Sadly, it does help him, but this one was so off that he got called out on it live. And it was kind of great because it's like, people live in the real world. We know what's happening, and to do this type of performative bullshit to try to bolster how great your government is doing kind of backfires. So Doug Ford tweeted this out. Today I presented a check for, get this, $400,000 from our Building Faster Fund to Mayor Bradley after the city of Sarnia beat its 2024 housing target by nearly 200%. So he's giving them an award of $400,000. It's just the latest investment we're making to get more homes built in Sarnia, including nearly $8 million from our municipal housing infrastructure program. So those of you who live in Canada, you probably know this. You're probably looking at this like, ooh, 400,000 for a home. You see, he wants to hit that housing target. Yeah, build more homes faster. You see that 8 million? It's basically 8 homes. Like the 400,000 in this day and age, I'm trying to think where you could buy a house for 400,000 that's still near infrastructure. Somebody pointing out you can't even buy a house in Sarnia for that much money. Wow, 400,000. You spend more on booze at your cottage than that. What a joke. 8 million Canadians, so 8 homes. Yeah. Yeah. So we all kind of saw it. And there was a press conference, and someone kind of said it to him. So watch this person of the Sarnia Journal rattle Ford by asking how Ford's presser was anything but theater, as Ford's regime investment in Sarnia was $400,000 from the Building Faster Fund, less than the average cost of a single-family home in Sarnia.
Hi, my name's Nathan from the Sarnia Journal. I just have a quick question and then a follow-up. Doug, do you know the average price of a home in Sarnia, Lambton?
Let's start that over because it was super quiet.
Hi, my name's Nathan from the Sarnia Journal. I just have a quick question and then a follow-up. Doug, do you know the average price of a home in Sarnia, Lambton?
I can't say I do.
All right.
But Bob would be able to tell me, and I bet the mayor would be able to tell me. What's the price of the average home?
We're at,
That's pretty good.
That sold this month is $550,000. So I'm curious, and this is my question, Premier. You've brought every important person, or at least people that think that they are important, into Sarnia Lambton together to announce less than the cost of a single-family home here. How is this anything but theater? Framing your government as helping in the middle of the worst housing crisis we've ever seen.
Well, first of all,
Yes, that's how you reporter. That is what you do. That is how you call them out. Because I keep on wishing that someday, when Doug Ford is talking about those lazy people on Ontario Works, that somebody just asks him, how much does a person get on Ontario Works? Okay, now how much is the average rent? Just one time. I want to see him challenged on that. But it's nice to see him finally challenged on something like this in real time. That you're trying to present this check as a win. It won't even cover the cost of one house. How is that going to fix the housing crisis in this province?
Thank you for those kind words and that compliment.
So just so you know, when a Canadian politician in these situations says thank you for the kind words, in our culture that means fuck you. That's what it means. That's the Canadian way of saying fuck you.
Government is helping in the middle of the worst housing crisis we've ever seen.
Well, first of all, thank you for those kind words and that compliment. We don't think we're anything special. I want to tell you very clearly.
And the compliment is the reporter doing the backhanded, you brought the people people who feel that they're important. That's the compliment.
Really, I'm the average guy that puts his pants on one leg at a time. And we all work our backs off for the people. That's our goal, is to make sure that we protect the people, to make sure that we create the environment and conditions for companies to come here and invest. That 409 companies in 2024 came and invested $40 billion, created 25,000 jobs. That's my job. My job is to protect the people, protect families, and protect businesses, and make sure everyone has a job.
Failed, 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 failed.
But we're going to keep building and making them affordable homes. And do you know what's ironic about your comment? I got off the airplane.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic, if you really do think. And then that's how you can tell this got really under his skin when he said that.
Do you know what's ironic about your comment? I got off the airplane, and we got to support you somehow with that airport. It seemed pretty quiet in there. But I got off the airplane, and we drove by a community right beside the airport. And I told my assistant, I said, ask the OPP if we can pull into that community, because that's a beautiful community that I want to duplicate.
I'm calling bullshit on this.
The prefab homes that I saw, I just drove by. I have to go inside, and I'm going to drive through it. These are the ideas that we're thinking about every single day to make life more affordable.
And how much are those prefab homes?
But do you know the foundation of our healthcare, our education, our infrastructure is one thing?
Stuff that he's all drastically underfunded.
It's our economy. And without our economy, we have nothing. And that's what we're going to do, is drive the economy as hard as we can.
More reporters like that, please. But let's talk about that the housing crisis, because the thing is that it's worse in Canada than what a lot of people think. Like, it's worse in Canada than the United States. And out of all of Canada, it's the worst in Ontario. By far. By far. So Dr. Adil Shamanji tweeted this out from January to July 2025. Housing starts rose almost everywhere in Canada compared to the same period in 2024. Only one province had a massive decline. Can you guess which one it is before reading the list? Yeah, Ontario, negative 25%. This is a direct result of Doug Ford's policy failures. It no longer makes financial sense to build a home in Ontario. And then they just get into liberal stuff, but liberals aren't better. And here's the nice little graph, housing starts, so you can see how bad Ontario is. Because when the housing starts are this bad, this is like a prediction, because it means that, you know, it takes a while to build a home. And so if they're down this much, this means that the number of homes being built in 5 years from now is going to be horrendous. Because there won't be any new homes 5 years from now because they have to start being built now. Here's the bottom line. People can't afford housing, not because they don't work hard enough, but because Doug Ford doesn't work hard at all. True. And if you think that Bonnie Crombie, so, here's the Ontario Liberals have proposed many ways to lower the cost of housing, blah, blah, blah. To think that she is upset that Doug Ford is in power. So Bonnie Crombie is currently the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, even though she doesn't have a seat at Queen's Park. And T-Dot resident, who is a reliable source on Twitter, or at least I have found them to be a reliable source, I think they're getting radicalized because they didn't normally pick on liberals. It was usually just conservatives. But, yeah. So from the 2025 Ontario Integrity Financial Disclosures, Bonnie Crombie owns 8% of Eagles Rest luxury housing community near Barrie, partnered with developers Fernbrook and Crystal Homes. These were listed at 1.7 to 2.5 million and featured proximity to Nordic Spa, not Therm, a different spa. So, do you think Bonnie Crombie wants the housing situation to change in this province? Do you think she wants cheaper homes for people when she owns 8% of a luxury housing community? And here are the receipts. Eagles Rest Limited Partnership, and that is member name Bonnie Crombie, leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. Yeah, those homes look affordable. Uh-huh. Sad thing is, Ford families could live in one of those homes. Minutes to new $17 million Nordic spa. And those are the starts of single homes? Yeah. That's Fernbrook. Yeah. So do you really think Bonnie Crombie is upset with what's happening in this province right now? So T-Dot resident had just said, maybe the most fascinating part of this, it looks like Eagles Rest housing development near Barrie has more new single-family homes, 208, than Mississauga has had in the year since 2014, since the city basically out of undeveloped greenfield property. Also worth noting, Fernbrook is the most famous for building the Marilyn Monroe Towers in Mississauga. But you know what? Remember how during the provincial election, I was comparing Bonnie Crombie to Marit Stiles and saying, they're the same person. Put the pictures up on screen, you can't tell them apart. Well, here's Corrupt Ontario pointing out, Marit is playing along, suggesting Dougie was duped. Doug is associated with everyone at Therm and Ontario Place. The mega scam at Ontario Place, a money laundering casino that Mob and Rob and Doug always wanted, is a Team Ford production. Therm is a friend. Marit Stiles is hardly the person to be standing up to Doug Ford. Therm Spa wasn't an accident. It wasn't tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions going into a foreign investor. That was intentional. Doug Ford was not duped. He went into it with eyes wide open and those little dollar signs in them. Every news story makes it clear, and this is Marit Stiles. Therm hit the jackpot. Ontarians got ripped off. Ford handed Ontario Place to a company that boosted its books by $170 million in paper profits from a stall spa in Germany. Auditors flagged significant uncertainty in Therm's finances, but Ford looked away. He was looking right at it. Now Ontario families are stuck with $2.2 billion and the losses of our public land. The deal is rotten to the core. Ford must cancel it. And yes, Ford must. But why would he cancel a project he wanted? He wanted this. He wanted it. And meanwhile, our education system in this province is currently being seized by the government. There needs to be more of a hoorah over this. Like, there needs to be noise. So this is the, oh, you're not going to tell me what the acronym is. OSBCU. It's a union. Part of CUPE. So here, Ontario's education minister says school governance is outdated, and he's considering eliminating elected school trustees entirely. This isn't about fixing education, it's about centralizing control. Here's what's really going on. Huh. So the provincial government wants to get rid of people who are democratically elected on the municipal level and take over their roles. Paul Calandra has already sidelined trustees in 5 major public boards, replacing them with appointed supervisors. Trustees were locked out of their accounts. The public was shut out of decision-making, democracy, and education. Gone. All 72 school boards have been warned. Focus money on classrooms or else. Schools are facing ballooning class sizes, critical staffing shortages, and growing student needs. This isn't about student safety, it's about power. Eliminating local governments won't fix the underfunding or understaffing crisis in public education. Underfunding. Ontario deserves investment in public education, not more control. They're doing this to privatize the school system. That's what all of this is about. The government wants to take it over, has underfunded it so drastically that it's failing. Now it wants to take it over and then hand it over to the private sector. That's all this is about. People should be really upset about this if you want an educated generations coming into the population. You know, those future doctors and teachers and car mechanics and cooks. If you want educated youth coming into the system at some point, we need to be doing something about this. Because, you know, I don't have children. I never will have children. But I am going to rely on services that requires people to be educated. It benefits me to have a good educational system. This needs to, yeah. People need to be yelling about this because this is exactly what they're doing, is they're doing this so that they can then turn around and privatize it. And once it gets privatized, it is so difficult to undo. And this is the CBC article, Education Minister open to eliminating Ontario school trustees. Did we want to watch the news? Or I think this was a watch one. Sometimes I want to watch the videos in the articles. The other times they're not relevant, but I think this is one that I want to watch.
I've listened to some of what you've been saying in recent months and about centralization, etc. I know that nominations would happen next May in our next municipal election cycle. Would you see perhaps eliminating the roles of trustees in Ontario?
Look, I have, when I took over the boards, put them under supervision, I said that every option was on the table, but very clearly I want to express to everybody that that included the governance model, and as I said here today in the forum, the utility of having trustees continue in a position that seems to be impacting our schools, their students, teachers and parents in a negative way, and their ability under the current mandate to deliver. So it is up for review.
The schools can't deliver because you're not giving them anything. It's like telling somebody who lives on ODSP to budget better so you can afford groceries. It doesn't matter how well I budget when, 90% of my check goes to my rent. The money that I have left over, it doesn't matter how well I budget it, it's not going to cover my costs. So basically implying that schools aren't budgeting properly. It's not that they're not budgeting properly, it's that they aren't given the money to budget with.
And if it looks like we can deliver the product better, provide better outcomes for students, better resources for teachers, and give parents certainty, and if that means eliminating trustees, then I'm going to do it.
Within the calendar year before the 2026 election?
I'll report back very soon on that because I understand obviously the challenge.
So municipal elections 2026. People need to be paying more attention to this because they might not have school trustees to elect in the next municipal election round.
Challenges, but also to be clear, respecting the fact that there are differences between the French language boards and of course the Catholic boards, which have different in governing structure because of constitutional guarantees, constitutional rights that are guaranteed by the Charter. So there's a lot of work to be done, but Supervisor Fulman is really working in a good way, and we've heard a lot of good feedback from parents in Ottawa. And as I said when we took it over, like, that board was really a hot mess. I mean, they couldn't get along with each other. They were resigning. Parents were just infuriated. They didn't know where they were going to school. Okay,
enough of this. I don't think there's anything new in there. Yeah, I think I just wanted to... This is all stuff I've covered before. Okay. Now here is something I could get behind. Yukon NDP leader calls to scrap public funding for Catholic schools. The territory's education minister challenged the party to run on the idea. I'd be for this. I don't believe in funding any religious school, regardless of what religion it is. I also personally don't believe in private schools. I think everyone should have the same education, which means that there's more investment in the public education system. Because if the rich fucks who would normally send their kids to a private school to get a better education, if those kids suddenly had to go into the public system, then suddenly that money would be funneled into the public system to make sure that those kids have a better education. Not only that, it exposes children who might have far more privileged lives to children who don't. And it humanizes them and makes them friends sometimes. And when you're friends with people who have privilege, then that opens up opportunities for you in the future. I don't think there should be private school boards. I don't think there should be religious school boards. At the very most, I'm fine with the French and English ones. This is pretty straightforward. I don't think we need to actually go into it. Oh, no, wait a sec. She was also pointing out that Catholic in particular is not great, just given what Catholic boards tend to do. So White said violations of the government's SOGI policy keep happening because the Department of Education has not stood up to the Catholic Church. She says the department needs to enforce boundaries related to the operations of school. The church is not supposed to be involved in the day-to-day running of schools. They are not allowed to harass the educators. They are not allowed to harass families there, she said. McLean defended the works of the public servants within the education system and rejected any notion that workers are out to harm children. The fact that there's always the argument about pride flags at Catholic schools. What if there's a gay teacher at a Catholic school? All of that sort of stuff. The fact that the Institute, not all Catholics, but the Institute itself does not believe in equal rights. They shouldn't be getting public money. On to health news. So Raghu, who is a emergency room doctor, I believe he's an emergency room doctor, who is a reliable source. I thought I followed him already. I thought I was following him. COVID is out there. Ontario wastewater signal is high in some regions, and in my selective ER testing, it is coming back positive. Yay, it's COVID season again. Not that it ever went away, but it's coming back, probably with a vengeance. Which means everyone should get their COVID shots. And here, Health Canada approves updated Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines for fall. If you can, get your vaccines. I will be. I just need to remember which one I can take. One makes me quite sick. The other one, I get no side effects. One will knock me on my ass for 24 hours. Like just completely. But the other one, I think it's Moderna, I get absolutely zero side effects from. So, yes. And a reminder that if you get the vaccine, it doesn't mean you won't catch it. It just means it lowers your chances, or that if you do catch it, it's not going to be as severe, all of that sort of stuff. It's very, very important that you do this if you can. That said, if you can, is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Sorry. So Health Canada has authorized updated COVID-19 vaccines by Pfizer and by BioNTech and by Moderna for the use of respiratory virus season. Moderna says it will manufacture vaccine doses for Canadian market in its new facility in Laval, Quebec, and syringes will be filled in Cambridge, Ontario. News release from Pfizer and Moderna says the mRNA shots will be target the LP81 variant, a descendant of the Omicron, and so on and so forth. So, if you can, is doing a lot of heavy lifting in what I'm saying. Because in Ontario, I can. Not a problem. Alberta, province to charge majority of Albertans $100 for COVID-19 vaccines this flu season. So for a family of 5, that would be $500. People eligible for free vaccine can get shot on October 1st. Others need to wait until October 20th. Alberta government says most people in the province will now have to pay $100 if they want COVID-19 vaccine doses this fall. The news release on Friday, the province said Albertans who are ineligible for free COVID-19 vaccine will now be charged an administration fee for each dose, whereas it was previously provided free of charge. In an email to CBC News, the province stated that this $100 administration fee covers the total cost of the vaccine, including aspects such as storage, handling, and shipping. So if you're in Alberta and you don't have any extra spending cash, you can't get your vaccine. Unless you live close to BC. Albertans can get COVID-19 vaccinations for free in BC. Most Albertans will have to pay for COVID. So Albertans who don't qualify for free COVID-19 vaccines in their home province can get one in British Columbia. BC's Minister of Health confirmed the detail in response to a query from CBC News. Canadian residents can get vaccinated due to a reciprocal agreement between all provinces and territories. Any publicly funded immunization in BC can be provided at no cost to any Canadian traveling within the province, a statement from the ministry said. This includes providing publicly funded COVID-19 vaccine to people of Alberta. So there are some restrictions. Albertans can't get free vaccines in BC pharmacies. They will also need to make an appointment in BC, and residents will be the priority. And BC residents will be the priority in clinics. At this point, she just wants people dead. It's just because it's not just this. It's not just that she's not allowing it. Also, she is saying to other provinces, yeah, you're not going to want to do it either once you actually take the cost into consideration, so you shouldn't be doing it either. They're going to be a bit shocked after they pay for it themselves. Danielle Smith defends charging for COVID-19 vaccines. Well, here's the thing, Danielle. The provinces have already been doing this. Since COVID started, this has already been a thing. They know the cost. They do. It's already a thing. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith defended her decision to charge many Albertans for the COVID-19 vaccine Saturday and said once Manitoba and BC do the math, they might think twice about giving theirs away. Yeah, they might think twice about vaccinating their population against a deadly virus once they take money into consideration. On her Saturday morning radio show, Your Province, Your Premier, Smith responded to a caller who said it was sad that many Albertans will have to pay $100 to receive a COVID-19 shot, while BC and Manitoba are both offering to give any Albertan who needs it a shot for free. I don't think they've BC and Manitoba done the analysis we've done, Smith said. I think they're gonna be a bit shocked after they have to pay for it themselves, and they're doing the analysis that we've already done. So we've already decided that by saving money is better than making sure our population is actually vaccinated against a deadly virus. It's better to save that money. Smith said the muted demand for the COVID-19 vaccine in the winter 24-25 resulted in around a lot of vaccines wasted, and only around 14% of eligible Albertans actually got the shot. Well, maybe if you stopped with all of that, vaccine fear-mongering, COVID denialism and stuff like that, more people would actually go out and get it. Maybe if you supported it, maybe if you encouraged people to go out and get it. I'm encouraging people, if you can get it, go out and get it. I will be. But you're thinking, like, how much more backwards can Alberta get? So, like, that's the thing. If there's any province that is a state right now, it's Alberta. Because we always make the jokes about Alberta being like the Texas of Canada or the Florida of Canada. And I think there's a bit of a combination in there. This scene is the Alberta legislator. I can't play it. They're singing music. But this is a late night worship session inside the Alberta Legislative Building Rotunda. This is not American, it's Canadian. This is happening in Alberta. Late night worship session inside the legislative. Do you think pagans will be offered that same privilege? And here's this person saying, people are free to hold whatever religious belief they wish, but the government shouldn't prostrate itself to any religion. I think I said that wrong. It smacks of endorsing a particular religion. It's inherently divisive and dangerous. Yeah. Because I don't think they'd be... do you think if that was Muslims, that this legislative building would be open for that? No. No. This is, no, they wouldn't. And, again, if you want to get into how American Alberta has become, American criminal Sean Fawcett made more cash getting his concerts canceled than actually playing them. Skipped permits, pocketed the outrage, and grifted Canadian conservatives who fell for it. Absolutely shameless. And I covered this not too long ago because there was concerts being canceled in the Maritimes because this is a homophobic, racist, horrible piece of shit singer. And when some venues found out just how bad he was, they canceled his permits. But do you know where he was able to get one? Sean Fawcett played in Edmonton after permits denied across Canada for security concerns. American singer Sean Fawcett is scheduled to play at the Alberta Legislature. This, followed by a hate rock and roll group at the Alberta Legislature. Fawcett is known for support Make America Great Again movement and for his Christian nationalist views. Local initiative led as protesters rallying people to gather legislator Friday evening to stand up for the 2S LGBTQ plus community. Our protesters in an attempt to stand up to Sean's queerphobia, which is a symptom of the rising tide of hatred towards the 2S LGBTQ plus community, both in Canada and abroad. The protester organizer Chris Burlap in a Facebook message, if our government isn't willing to condemn such hateful views or prevent Sean from using our taxpayer-funded public spaces to promote his vile rhetoric, then we have a responsibility to stand up and make it clear to Sean and to everyone who agrees with him that bigotry has and hatred for 2S LGBTQ plus people don't belong in our society. And I think, did I want to watch this video? Yeah, maybe.
Protests are expected tonight as MAGA-affiliated singer Sean Foyt plays the Alberta legislature.
Sean Foyt. Whatever.
The singer is scheduled to play
I just read it as Sean Fascist.
the South Bandstand this evening. Several of his Canadian shows have been cancelled over permitting issues and security concerns. Shows in Montreal and Saskatoon did go ahead. He's a Christian nationalist and has been criticized for comments over LGBTQ2S+ issues. In a statement, Alberta sheriffs say they will take the lead role in identifying potential risks at the concert. Edmonton police are also aware of the show.
But Breakdown was just tweeting this out for a little bit of fun. Thank you, BC, for caring about the public health of Albertans. Well, they were quote tweeting this. Tweet of the night. Just, yeah, it's pretty sad when other provinces care about the population of another province more than that province cares about their own. This is the healthcare system in this country, but you know what? There's some people, again, this person that I'm about to show, I generally support. And I follow a lot on Twitter, and they are a very good advocate for people dealing with addictions and stuff. But he's a bit maple washed. He's a bit part of the maple cult that seems to think that Canada is a much better country than what it actually is. Because, just remember everything I said about healthcare right there. Name something you love about Canada. Universal healthcare. Is it universal? Is it really? Really? And then lots of people agreeing but also disagreeing and stuff. And it's like, yes, some people have had fine times using the healthcare system. A lot of people have not. The wait lists are becoming incredible. And the fact that, you know, in Alberta now, you can't get a vaccine for a deadly virus for free. To me, that does not scream of universal health care. We don't have a universal health care in Canada. We have health care, but it's not universal. And to constantly use this as some sort of way, it's usually used to be like, we're better than the United States because we have this. And meanwhile, it's being underfunded and dismantled and privatized. People need to take off the maple blinders and start fighting for it before it's gone. Let's close all of those. Close those 18 tabs that we just went through. And then we're going to get into the censorship stuff. After I check the SandBox. And I keep on forgetting that this is the opposite way of what the SandBox is on your screen, but it's just happened to be my screen over there has it. So it doesn't look like I'm looking in the SandBox, but I am. If one day I ever wanted to get really complicated, I could try to flip what side the monitors are on, but I don't have the spoons. Let's see. I think I was up that high. Lots of talk of Trump there, so we can skip past that. Talk of the QAnon queen, Canada's queen. I did a video on cults in Canada back when I was still doing video essays that you can always go back and check and see some stuff about her. I might have done a Rebel HQ video about her too back in the day. Rachel Atwood, 400,000? That's like one house. Yeah, right? Right, not even, not even. Yeah, I know I've covered whatever her name was, the Queen of Canada, the QAnon woman. And it was done. I might have 2 videos about it, because one was more detailed as to how she was harming people. Or it might be the same one, because then I also did a tongue-in-cheek thing at the end of it. But yeah, I do have a video about her, I believe. And people are thinking condos. It would depend on where you're buying the condos for 400,000. But you know, there's probably some very rural areas where you could still buy a house for 400,000, but it's the reason why is because nobody wants to live there. People liking what the journalist said. And people, it's like, oh, so here in Canada, we have thank you for the question. And down in the States, it's bless your heart. It's just the cultural way of saying fuck you. Grand Theft Autobot, his servant put his pant on one leg at a time, or maybe that bloated. Flow Snake, put your pants on one leg at a time, Doug. That's hardly swift and efficient. You could be spending longer at work if you put both legs in at once. Crazy. Spungen bar stewed? Lazy spungen what? Huh? Alanis Morissette. Yep, that's the song that I was not singing right. My voice is too fried to do songs. I do sing. But when I'm doing this for 3.5 hours, my voice is not in the ability to sing. The reference frame just got severe thunderstorm warning. It has been storming all day here. Well, hope everyone stays safe. I have no idea if it's supposed to rain here or not. I need to check. B-Cat, same Sandy, give me the jab. Yep, Soul Life, the fax was over $200 for just the jab. Well, here in Canada, we they try to time it so that you can go and get the flu shot and the COVID shot at the same time, which I will be doing. Soul Life, I'm pretty sure hot dogs are mini bologna, yeah. I know the word, I just can't say it right now. If you cut slice, it's so much better than a hot dog because it cooks evenly. The Wild West Valley girl, Danielle Smith, yes. Soul Life, that American freedom is reaching Canada. Rich B, Danielle, we did the math. It doesn't actually math. Don't check out work. We swear we actually math the math. Hi. I have a cat here right now that I'm just like, I love my 2 new babies, but there are times when I'm wondering if it was a mistake. Because this one in particular has been an absolute monster lately with what he is chewing. Like, it wasn't a problem for him for so long, but now he is just destroying things in my home. Like, those, the big size of those. I have the big ones. He's chewed the corners off of all of them, even though I've tried to spray them, I've tried to hide them, he finds them. And then he chews the corners. I had a little gift bag with a string. It was up on a shelf. He found it. He ate the string. It's going to come out. And then I have, it's a treadmill, but it's not like a normal electric treadmill. So you need to use, your own foot power and stuff to get it to turn. But there's a little wire on it so that goes up to the monitor so that you can see how long you've been doing it, how many calories you burned, how far you've gone. He chewed through the fucking cord. And he's been doing this a lot lately. I'm just like, I don't know what to do with this cat. Like, he seems to like these sorts of things. That's him chewing through the end of the brush, which I didn't care for so much. But those bits have to come out of his system. And I'm just, I don't know what to do sometimes. That treadmill is, like, it's still usable if you don't want any readings. As he looks up at me with his half-closed eyes and the most innocent look as possible. This is why I said I was never going to adopt kittens again. Yeah, 3 years old. That's a good age to adopt a cat. Because they're usually past all of that. Grand Theft Autobot, I read it as Sean Fucked. Mm-hmm. Hello, Carrie Woods. I have a friend who was recently diagnosed with MS in Ontario. She's on a wait list to see a specialist. Meanwhile, she cannot work because of vision issues stemming from MS and Hashimoto. I hope that they can get seen sooner than later. But welcome to the SandBox. Ah, keeps on jumping. BCat, my niece has long COVID, but it seems to only be affecting her memory and brain fog, which isn't ideal as a mom of 3, but luckily it wasn't more serious. Hello, Manope. Welcome to the SandBox. Bobby, my cat likes to chew on me. I have that issue too. Rich P, the amount of people who let their noses hang over the mask like that is supposed to do anything was insane. Yeah. Like I still wear masks when I go to like grocery stores and stuff. There's some places where, you know, you just can't really. Like if I'm performing somewhere or something. But you know, it's I try when I can. I, you know, places where I can, I do. But grocery stores definitely. Because I'd like to at least lower my chances, even though I might not be able to completely avoid it. But I've had COVID, I think twice, and I don't want it again. I don't want it. I don't want to be sick at all. Because the other side effect from like the lockdowns and stuff was I didn't catch the flu, I didn't catch a cold. And I caught a really bad cold last Christmas, and I was really mad at people because I don't think I'm immunocompromised, but I catch bugs very easy. Like if there was a bug going around the office, like I heard somebody sneeze in the far end of the building, I'm like, oh shit, because I'd catch it. It was nice not getting sick for a long, long time. I don't like getting sick. Nobody does, but I just, no, it sucks. I'm getting suspicious now whenever I see that cat. I love them, but sometimes I'm wondering, huh? Okay, let's get back into it. I covered it a bit last stream, like last Friday. You know, my government has this love for Ukraine, and I'm glad. You know, we should be supporting the Ukrainians, no doubt about it, except for the ones that show up in Parliament Hill and former Nazis. Those ones, not so much. But Ukraine as a whole, sure. I'd like to see progress on that front, more conditions. I don't know. But, you know, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I lived in a country that was right next to a superpower that had very, oh, what's the word? Random. It's not random, but that's roughly what I was looking for. Tendencies and, you know, was threatening war with other countries and, oh, what's the word? I think it begins with an I. Irrational. That's the word. Very irrational superpower next to you. I would like to think that if anything happened to us, other countries would help out. So I'm not against helping out Ukraine because Russia invaded. Russia's the bad guy in that situation. And you know, this country has definitely been very supportive of them in a way that they are not supportive of Palestinians. Not by a long shot. And it's just, it's frustrating to see that hypocrisy play out over and over again. Because here, Anita Anand is just saying Ukrainians alone must decide their country's future, foreign affairs minister says. And she's quote tweeting an article as opposed to just saying it herself. And Christo Avalaz is pointing out, why do liberals automatically recognize Ukraine's sovereignty while placing conditions on Palestine? And yes, that is so frustrating. She doesn't say this about Palestinians, but she will about Ukrainians. So here again, Foreign Policy Canada, that's part of the government there, that's her department. Ukrainians are showing the world what independence truly means. It's more than lines on a map. It's about voice, dignity, and the right to live in peace. Great. Is there any chance in hell that would be a Palestinian flag there? The idea that they can vote. Oh, right, but Canada likes to put conditions on that as to who they can and can't vote for. and just pointing out again, like, hey, do Palestinians have the right to? Just asking. And it's just so frustrating. Like, this is all a big part of censorship, like, it's okay to be Ukrainian. It's okay to sing a Ukrainian song at Remembrance Day. But if you sing a song in Arabic, even if the song is about peace and has nothing to do with Gaza, it gets shut down. And this is where I get worried when it comes to online censoring, as to it depends on what the government wants. It picks and chooses what is right and wrong. And sometimes the government gets it wrong. Because like the idea that any Palestinian would be able to do what these Ukrainians are doing is unrealistic in this country. And as you see in the UK right now, just holding up a sign, a poster that says, I'm anti-genocide, I'm pro-Palestine action, will get you arrested and stopped in the street even, and arrested. Hundreds were arrested over that. But, you just change the word to Ukraine and suddenly it's fine and it's valued and praised and celebrated. Not if you're Palestinian. And so I worry when we have governments that, don't have consistent morals and principles when it comes to human rights, starting to dictate censorship online, because it's not going to be consistent. It's not going to be based on the rights of individuals. It's going to be based on the biases of usually the religious sects within the governments. It's not going to be balanced, and it's a way to force different groups of people out from the public eye. And so in the UK right now, you have the Online Safety Act has nothing to do with child safety and everything to do with censorship. And so we were talking about this earlier in the stream because somebody was wondering about it. And it's just a reminder, what you see happening there will happen here when it comes to this sort of thing. And so this is like having to prove your age in order to access online material that might be adult content. Twitter qualifies for that because Twitter allows for nudity. YouTube, depending on what you're watching, no nudity or sex on YouTube, but there's still adult content on YouTube. And so on YouTube, they have AI programs now that they're starting to put out there to see if it can guess people's ages. And if it thinks you're too young, you have to prove it. How do you prove it? By showing government ID, which a lot of people don't want to do for reasons. And so, and this is from Novaro Media, from deteriorating youth mental health and to the misogynistic radicalization of boys, the internet is rife with harmful content. Something must be done. It isn't the UK's Online Safety Act. And this is where the hangups come. People like to equate the far radical left with the far radical right. They're very different things. I want to see a borderless world. I want to see, genders, I want to destroy the gender construct, I believe everyone should have equal rights and access to healthcare and education and have supports and be able to have a roof over their head and get the groceries and stuff. That's what I believe, being on the far radical left. On the right, they want to see people like me dead. They want to restrict people's rights. They want to, force women to stay in the home, deny trans folks the ability to exist, their medication to go out in public, make it so queer folks can't get married anymore. All of this, these are not the same thing. And yes, there is a ton of horrid right-wing content that gets promoted in the algorithms because of clicks. Something absolutely needs to be done about it. And so that's the thing. We absolutely need bills to tackle online safety. But what comes through from these governments doesn't tackle the main issues. And it puts blanket statements on things, and it makes it easier to censor queer folks in general, or people in need of assistance for reproductive care, or so many other things, or the fact that you have to give up your privacy by uploading your government ID if you want to watch adult movie content, if you catch my drift. A lot of people don't want that attached to their government IDs for obvious reasons. Or it's just an easier way for the government to track, like, okay, which organizations are you looking at? And even in Canada with Bill C3, C2, C3, the one that hasn't yet been passed but is going to get passed, where it would give the government access to see your psychiatry records or to see if you've had an abortion without warrants. And so now if you have to start using your government ID to get to these things, it's very easy for them to say, we need to see this person's browser history. So ostensibly, the act passed in October 2023 is now being implemented by communications regulator Ofcom in phases, is designed to protect children from harmful content, including by mandating social media companies to restrict access to online pornography and age-inappropriate content. This is a parenting issue. Parents should be supported with this. There should be programs implemented to help parents with this. It needs to be taught better in schools, all of this sort of stuff. But it's a parenting issue. That doesn't mean you get to take away the privacy and rights of adults. Because, parents need to have better locks and controls of what their kids are doing, but it also requires better education and all this sort of stuff. It is it is not an easy thing to solve. So this requirement went into effect last week when UK users suddenly found themselves required to verify their age or have estimated by platform based on their government-issued IDs, biometrics, or behavioral data. And again, it's so easy for right-wing in particular to push back and use this as a wedge, or liberals, by saying, oh, if you are against these acts, like these ones that are being put in place that take away your rights, then that means you want children to be able to access this stuff, which is no. Like, of course we don't want children to have access to this stuff. There has to be a better solution. I think I'm hearing it rain, and I left my window open in my bedroom. Well, we'll see. If it gets really bad, I'll have to run and close it. But yeah, we can be against this bill and against kids having access to this stuff at the same time. Checking the weather app on my phone. No, it should be fine. Okay. I'm just getting paranoid. Anyway, to the unassuming, the age verification sounds reasonable. Kids can't just walk into a corner shop and buy alcohol or adult stuff. Shouldn't there be similar rules online? Perhaps, but this isn't what the Online Safety Act does. Upon its implementation, UK users immediately noticed that the political content about the genocide in Gaza or the war in Ukraine was blocked, along with discussion forums about sexual assault and hobbyist groups about hamsters. I think I know what they mean by that. Platforms like Spotify and Wikipedia have also been blocked. UK users began compiling a list of banned sites, and public outrage over the act led to a petition calling on Parliament to repeal the act, which has since received almost 500,000 signatures. The government response stated that it has no plans to repeal the act. The act brought together Nigel Farage and Owen Jones in an unlikely alliance to protect free speech online and repeal the act. Technology secretly Secretary Peter Kyle responded by describing the act's critics as being on the side of predators like Jimmy Savile. And this is what I was saying before, because Canada has tried to push bills like this, and it was one of the rare instances where the far right and the far left were kind of teaming up together. And I did videos about it at the time. I don't know if they're still up because it was so long ago. But yeah, both the right wing and the left wing were like, you're just going to try to censor political stuff, aren't you? That said, it gets a little tricky because, again, radical left, radical right, not the same thing. And so on the radical right, you do have a law of hate speech that should be censored. But on the radical left, you have Gaza, which should not be censored. But both are being hit. Because I'm not a free speech absolutist. I do feel like there should be restrictions on it within reason. When it comes to like public platforms and things of that sort. But this is one of the rare instances where the bill is so bad that we're all like, about that. Far from being a way to protecting children online, just as we might do offline, what the act does is more akin to preventing anyone of any age from walking into a supermarket, shop, library, or even a friend's house. It also leaves behind a paper trail of your activities and whereabouts. When an age verification system takes a picture of your driver's license to authenticate your age, it collects all the information that is available on your ID, including your face, age, birthday, and address. The age verification vendor now has access to information about you that can be used to build consumer profiles, train other models, and sell to a highest bidder. In the offline context, the supermarket clerk may forget who you are after you show your ID. Online, the vendor keeps the data and trail about you that you cannot control. The result looks more like surveillance than safeguarding. Proponents of the Online Safety Act claim that they want to protect children from harm of big tech. In practice, however, it prevents young people from learning, expressing themselves, and socializing, creates a pretext for censoring political dissent, and concentrates more power in the hands of the tech industry. It also would prevent a lot of children from learning about queer issues. You know, if they have questions about their gender or their orientation and they want to go to a site that maybe has answers to those questions, suddenly those get blocked because they're adult. Protecting Zionists, not children. From its conception, the Online Safety Act had little to do with child safety. It began as an online harm white paper in 2019 and soon became an online safety bill introduced into Parliament by 2 Conservative MPs. For the next 4 years, the bill received heavy criticism across the political spectrum for its impact on democratic freedoms, technical feasibility, and proportionality, with human rights defenders, technology experts, and even parliamentary committees condemning the bill. Let's see. So I'm not going to read through this whole thing because it's getting late. My voice is getting wrecked. But we get the gist of it. I'll toss the rest of this into the SandBox so that people can read it in full. Big tech handout. Let's see. Meanwhile, the tech industry will continue expanding its extraction of our personal data, feeding its surveillance business model. For the example, it creates targeted advertising, coerces kids into sports gambling, or mines their facial data to train models. An online safety regulation that actually centers young people's well-being would go after the tech industry predatory business model for starters. Yeah. There is a glaring contradiction. The preoccupation with online safety, divorced from young people's real lives, distracts politicians from being held accountable for the ruthless cuts they are making to education, healthcare, and domestic violence shelters, things that would actually improve children's mental health. Children's safety is too urgent and serious an issue to be made into a Trojan horse for authoritarianism. Responsible adults must redirect their moral panic to what actually matters, improving young people's lives. So again, you're seeing this in the UK. It's going to happen here too. Liberals taking fresh look at online harms bill, says Justice Minister Sean Fraser. Government hasn't decided whether to rewrite or reintroduce Online Harms Act. And this article is from June 29th. I'm going to have to toss this into the SandBox because my voice, like I said, is starting to give out on me. But Stephen Guilbeault was the one who did this back then. I made videos about it. Had some tongue-in-cheek videos about it, but more serious videos. But pretty much everything that was just stated here is stated here. Like it is the same bill, just a different continent. So I will get this cat off my lap for starters. I love you, Linear. So it is the same bill. It's the same issues. It was prorogued a couple times. They just weren't able to pass it on time because there was a lot of pushback and people going to Parliament Hill to testify against it. Even people that I don't like. J.J. McCallum, Canadian conservative centrist. I get very mixed readings on that guy. Grifter type thing. Was speaking out against this. I was using my teeny tiny platform. My platform is still teeny tiny, but it was even more teeny tinier back then to push back against this. And meanwhile, whenever people saw you push back against it, it's like, oh, you just want children to have access to adult content. And it's like, no, that's not it. There's so much wrong with these bills. We need ways to protect children. This doesn't do it. And it just takes away other people's rights and freedoms and privacy. Let's go back to this. So I will toss this article into the SandBox as well. Hopefully it's not too long. Nope. Okay. But I mean, really, some people are thinking, how bad could this be? You know, it's not like it would target things on Twitter or anything. Like, maybe I've gotten this all wrong and I'm just exaggerating it and it's all in my head and I'm just, you know, being a leftist reactionary. Like, you know, sometimes you maybe just need to take a breath and not catastrophize everything. And it's not as bad as you think it is. Well, it's been a long day. I'm just going to casually go on to Twitter here and check the timeline of Owen Jones. I follow him on Twitter, you know, because I really enjoy his content. And let's just, get the old Twitter up and what's this? Owen Jones reposted this. What? These days you can get thrown in jail for looking at Owen Jones thirst traps? Age-restricted content? Someone saying pretty much the only things the Online Safety Act has blocked me from seeing so far is photos of gay people and trans... You're blocking Owen Jones thirst traps? This is war! You can't do this! I'm going to go to Parliament. I will walk to Ottawa from where I am to make sure that this doesn't... This is totally not acceptable to be restricting Owen Jones thirst traps. That's the only thing that makes Twitter usable these days. Is that and that alone. What are you doing? But you know what? Again, maybe I'm just overreacting. And maybe Owen Jones posted something really, really naughty on Twitter. And, you know, it's not like I would ever want to see what that is. If it's so bad that it gets blocked on Twitter, then I definitely don't want to see it. I'm just going to go into my alt account where I don't have my age. And there... That is wholly inappropriate for Twitter. Oh my God, Owen Jones, what were you? You need to save that for your OnlyFans page. What the hell are you doing putting this kind of content on Twitter? Wow, this is just, I need to show you how bad this is. But first, I need to censor this because your delicate eyes might not be able to handle this. This is just, what were you thinking? This is just, yeah, okay, censored. Okay, yeah, no. This was the post. Totally inappropriate for Twitter, if you ask me. I censored it for you, so you don't have to see his nipples or belly button. Just, what are you doing posting that on Twitter? Just, wow. Okay, maybe there's some credibility to these online bills, you know. You don't want to see a topless Owen Jones who takes very good care of his body, works out. You would never want to see this accidentally. This yeah, no, totally inappropriate. Anyway, the fact that that picture was censored as adult content, and it is just Owen Jones topless, and that was censored as, you know, age, you know, you have to verify your age in order to see it. What the fuck? As far as I know, he's not one of those men that are lactating and has boobies that needs to be blocked. Topless male nudity is allowed. Most places, in most places, yeah. I'm just going to, it's really wild that that was age restricted, that photo. And do you know what's also really wild? I've posted this one twice. This one. I've posted this a couple times. You can go on my Twitter feed to like and promote it. This was not age restricted. So apparently without those bars there, that requires age restriction, but just put those there and gotta cover the belly button and the nips. That has not been age restricted. Oh. I don't think Owen Jones has seen my censored version of it, but you know. That was wild. Absolutely wild. Yes, I will close those 6 tabs, but please go on to my Twitter and help promote those tweets so that people can see the censored version of a topless Owen Jones. Let's check the SandBox. Flow's sake, no way they are doing this to protect kids. They want to restrict freedom of speech and are probably also aware that it'll close down small sites who can't afford verification, which suits the neolib agenda. Yes. And also they're probably hoping to use it as a way to harvest even more of our data to surveil us. Yep. And yep. I've already said to my kids, when it starts to affect you, don't just download the first VPN you find. Talk to us and we'll find one which isn't going to spy on you. Yeah. Her meteorologist says JJ is an asshat. I'm not exactly going to argue that point. Rich P. Only Owens. Yes. Yeah, Owen Jones is just too hot for Twitter. So, Snake, I guess Owens is just too anti-genocide to avoid censorship. Yeah. The Wild West. This is what the earlier male lactation combo had resulted in. Yeah. Online is now like 7-Eleven. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Rich P. Why the belly button? If you saw that belly button, you'd understand exactly why I felt it should be censored. Oh. It was just silly, that's all. That's all. I just did it for a silly reason. But I still find it wild that that one is not age censored. But the one without the bars is. Like, come on. What if they start censoring my cleavage? There. Ugh. So I'm through my dockets. I had a few one-off stories that I was thinking of doing, but I'm done. I'm done. There's just a few more things about Ukraine. Actually, I meant to put that one in Ukraine and the other one. Darn it, I missed that. Yeah. Oh well. Basically, the PM supports, I'll just show you the titles, you can look into it if you want, but I'm done. Voice-wise, Putin can be stopped. PM Carney delivers Independence Day speech. If only he supported the people of Gaza the same way. Oh, right, this is what I wanted to get at in this one. In his speech, Carney once again referred to Trump as a transformative leader. I applaud the leadership of the transformative U.S. President Donald Trump in creating the possibilities for peace, he said. Carney's speech also referenced former U.S. President Ronald Reagan and the line he famously used about Russia, trust but verify. Carney said it's not just about trust but verify, and now about to deter and fortify. How are we supposed to think that Mark Carney will ever stand up to Trump if he is saying this? I applaud the leadership of the transformative U.S. President Donald Trump in creating the possibilities for peace. Talking about Ukraine Independence Day. Nita and Nunn also doing a 34th anniversary of Ukraine's independence under Canada's G7 presidency, blah, blah, blah. I missed putting those into the docket earlier, into the correct docket. Also, Carney not ruling out Canadian troops on ground in Ukraine. People can look up those articles if you want. I'm done. What was this? Oh, that was just a follow-up. Canadian soldiers suspended after Nazi salute. Yeah, I think you all kind of get that. And also, we're fucked. That's it. That was the docket I did not get to. That you guys can look up if you like. There we go. Close it. Rich P. He's an Audi? LOL. No. Not that I would know. It's not like I was looking. I wasn't paying attention to that. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, I've been at this for almost 4.5 hours. But look, it's still not even 9 o'clock yet. I like this earlier time slot. If only it didn't overlap with like 5 other leftist content creators. I picked Sunday specifically so that that wouldn't be an issue. But I think I need to clip the online censorship and post that tomorrow. That was just a fun bit. But it doesn't look like I got raided by any groups today officially. Which, you know, it happens. Or doesn't. And I got a bazillion comments under the 2 videos that I posted recently. Not the views to really support the amount of comments I'm getting, and I'm not reading them because, yeah. When it comes to issues like I covered and I clipped, I know the comments, generally speaking, aren't going to be pleasant, so I tend to ignore them. Oh. But yeah, anyway. Because I have the Owen Jones drawing over there ready to show people. But yeah, so I'm actually going to do like a normal work-ish schedule this week to see if it helps with my progress in the TYT video, which I have been making a progress on for a change, but it's frustrating at times because I've put together montages and then I would render them so that it was just one video file versus it crashing my system because of all the different reference videos it was using. And so you could render it and then it's just a single one versus pulling from all these different ones. And then sometimes I would purposely leave a space or a gap in there or a freeze frame because it's like, okay, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to say this. And I've come across a couple montages where I've done that and I didn't put notes as to what I was saying. And I'm like, what was the transition in this one? What was I going to say in this one? Damn it. And so I'm running into that problem. And then I'm running into montages where it's like, after I've already put all this work into them, I'm like, I don't need it. I don't need this one montage. Damn it. And so I've already put that much work into it. And then I'm doing them. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, but I need more reference for blank. And so then suddenly some of the montages get slightly longer. So yeah, it's still a long way from getting done, but I am making progress on it. And I feel if I start waking up at like a normal work hour or something and actually just get up and do something, I'll be able to make more progress on it. But yeah, I've been coming across some really interesting clips. The algorithms have been very kind to me in that aspect. Not so much when promoting my own stuff, but very kind to me when looking up for the TYT video. I'm just still so worried. Like after all the work I've put into these videos, it might break 1,000 views and that's it. It's not like I'm getting paid for my work. And for those who are tuning in today that didn't see me on Friday, just want to let you know that Steve Boots, Canadian content creator, is not making content anymore and is shutting down his channel so that he is going to go back to teaching. Have a good night, Flow Snake. And but I have a bug in my brain to do some drawing too, so I'm going to have to pace myself, which was a word I was looking for on Friday, because I want to make sure I do some drawing and some work on the TYT video. And here's the thing, I wasn't planning on drawing Owen Jones again, at least not so soon. But I've been catching up on a lot of his content. And I came across a frame. Not the video, but an instant, a frame within the video. And I'm like, I need to draw this. And I've never had a calling to draw a frame so much before in my life. Because it's not about Owen. It's about the expression. It's about the pose. It's about there, like you don't, it's not even a straight on look. So you might not even recognize him necessarily because it's also from a while ago. You know, images of him from like videos of him from like 9 years ago. He looks like he's 12. But there was just something in the expression, in the pose, that I'm like, I need to draw this. And so that's on my docket, as well as I want to try doing a color drawing, like with pencil crayon stuff again. I did one of Sam Cedar way back when. I did it with an apple in it. The apple looks great. His portrait, not so much. And then I found somebody that's like, this is the person that I'm going to be drawing in color. In this frame. Jesse Gender. They look great in this photo with the color and everything. I'll show you what I am talking about because I need help with the Owen picture. I'll get to it in a minute. So this is the image of Jesse Gender that I want to do in color. I think it would look very nice in color. Oh, we got some more people in the SandBox. Welcome, Full Mar Music. So yeah, I want to try doing a color portrait of Jesse Gender, this image in particular. Now I'm going to show you the frame of Owen Jones that I saw that I'm like, I need to draw this, but I need everyone's help with it. I want to change the background. I don't know what that background is yet. I have an idea kind of vaguely in my head, but it screams having a different background than what it currently has. And I need help. I need some brainstorming as to what the background of this image is going to be. And I also plan to find an image of Mike from the Humanist Report because he's been on my brain to draw for a while. And also, don't tell anyone, liar hack. So I need to find good images of them. It's just the issue with Mike, his lighting sucks. It actually really sucks from an artistic point of portrait drawing view because it casts a lot of shadows right around his eyes because he doesn't have one that I guess is straight on. And that's probably because of glare on glasses. So you can not have glare on glasses, but you have really bad shadows, or you can have glare on glasses. So that's probably why he does it. So I might have to go back from an older video in a different pose in order to find a good image of him to draw. And then I have to go back into Letter Hacks videos and see if I can find one that I want to do. But I need everyone's help. What is the background to this image here? Yes, this frame was calling me. And it has something to do about the lighting, the ponderance of it. There's like almost an expression like he's saying something, but well, he was, but it's like he's trying to whisper something very intently or something. And it's just the way that the eyelashes are. Like you can see the eyelashes like that and everything. And there was just something about this pose. And like the way you can see the eye here. And the way his hand is. There's just something about this image that really captured my imagination as an artist. That I'm like, I need to draw this. But what do you see in the background? I have an idea, but I need other people's idea. And also it would probably be more like this. So this wouldn't be center, it'd be off to the side. Like this. And so there'd be here, more room here. Not a lot more. So it's probably going to look more like, actually just like this. So we have this area here to work with for some sort of background. But what do you all see? What do you all see? BCAT non-glare lenses are ridiculously expensive, yeah. But don't tell them I'm about to draw them, because I don't know when. Yes, full Mar music. Have you not seen my Owen drawing? That's the second one that I want to do. This is the first one. It was my first attempt at hyperrealism of a human face. It wasn't my first attempt at hyperrealism. That's a drawing of my cat in the background. This is the drawing of Owen. Hyperrealism. Oh. But you see, in order to make it hyperrealistic, you make them big so that you can get all the little details and stuff. Where's my light remote there? You can see it better when I turn off the lights because of the glare. There we go. It's like he's talking into my mic right here. I wish people could see this, like actually see it. Because the camera doesn't necessarily do it justice, especially with the tilts and stuff like that and the way that the camera distorts it. Like, to actually have people see it with their own eyeballs is something else. Mm. Oh, but what are you guys thinking in the background of that drawing, of that image? B-cat. Oh, cute. I get it. Looks like he's feigning smoking a joint. Yeah, I can see that. But I see something like, it's almost like, here, let's put it back on screen. He's talking about the nuance and the flavor of a wine, you know, or something like that. Or he's, it feels like he's talking about something very intently, very sophisticated, like, you know, very intense, very sophisticated is kind of the vibe that I get. Like, yeah, kind of like the nuance of a wine, like the flavors. There's something in there and I don't know what it is, but Rich P reminds me of Mouse from The Matrix. Ah, I see it, yeah. Okay, you guys are all smoking pot. Yeah, you're probably all smoking pot. But no, I see something like he's intently talking about the nuance of something. And if you just understand me a little bit better or something, like there's something there. It's like he's having a very intense, sophisticated conversation about something. Like that's the vibe that I'm getting from it. So I have two images, Jesse Gender and Owen Jones. I will be working artwork next. And I need to get some images of two other people that I plan on doing. And I need to pace myself. Because, yeah, I also want to get that TYT video actually done. And hope that it's my Hail Mary. Like I said, I'm worried it won't even get 1,000 views, but it also has the chance of picking up steam. I don't know. I try not to hope. I try not to predict because I'm usually wrong. It's like once you can conceive of the outcome, once I imagine the outcome, it automatically rules it out as reality. BCAT, that's a fantastic piece, Sandy. Thank you. Yes, I know you get freaked out by his eyes, Soul Life. And everyone's being silly about the joint. Everyone kind of gets what I'm saying. Hmm? Bobby, it's the smallest violin. Yeah, but it's like I see, yeah, as I'm looking at it right now, there's something there. So I need to know not what you guys think he's doing, but what should be in the background of that image. Because I have an idea. So it'd be more like this. And so you have like this much room over here. So let's do this. So it'd be about this. And what I'm kind of picturing here is just like a blank wall, but you can see the light coming in through the window and it's raining outside. So you would see like a light part here. If you can see the mouse there, you can see a light part here, but with like the rain that you would see. So it's the light cast through a window onto a wall. It's kind of what I'm sort of seeing there. I don't know if that's what you guys see now, but that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. That it's a representation of like a rainy day. Let me know what you think the background should be. So LifeTYT is showing me a few new channels, some like the Vanguard and others that turned out to be shady, but the algorithm works. Yeah. Trevin Borens, he looks like he just crushed someone's head. Like I said, I'm not looking for what you think he's doing. I want to know what the background is, and no, it's not going to be a head-on bike. Ocean scenery, dawn. But yeah, when you start searching TYT stuff, you start getting a lot of recommends in the videos. Did you know Anna has an old YouTube channel? Yeah, I definitely need to get them done. I'm hoping in a way that those videos will be a Hail Mary and actually help really boost my channel. But at the same time, I'm worried they won't even get 1,000 views. So it all depends if it hits the algorithms right at the right point type thing. BCAT, I see a speakeasy background, maybe a wine bar or library. Do you guys not know about Anna Kasparian's YouTube channel? You will. Let's just say she hasn't been on it for a while. Rich P, Anna, don't pay attention to my 180 Kasparian yet. Well, that tweet from Medi will be very useful when I talk about. So the video, there's going to be at a minimum 2 videos at this point. And so the first video, what it does is it tackles the initial reason why I was doing the video, which is talking about the audience of TYT and how they're kind of been hoodwinked by Jank and Anna, and just about, you know, having more civil relations with fans that are TYT and let's help bring them over versus just attacking them type thing. And then one of the points in it was somebody saying that they don't like seeing anyone be lied about or bullied online, even if they are the hosts of these shows. And my response to that idea is, then why do you accept it from Jank and Anna? And so it then goes into how a lot of the relationships soured with people who used to work there. You know, Dan, Hank, Mondale, Ben Dixon, Cosmopolitics. Even though she didn't work there, she was a fan. Because here's the thing, the person that is still an uber fan of TYT, they're just one critical tweet away from being put on blast. And I worry about that for them. And also Lance is in that part. And so that's what the first video will be about, is the people they've turned on, the relationships that they used to have, and the initial premise of, you know, building bridges between the two audiences. But with the people they've turned on, I'm leaving out Sam and Emma, because they're going to be put into the second half, because it's a very big chunk about the two of them. And then the rest of the second half will be issues that they've done a 180 on, issues that they're really bad on, and how it hurts people. And then it would be like my sum up, my feelings, what I'm worried about with TYT and all that sort of stuff. But the overall premises of the channel or the videos is to kind of challenge the TYT audience to think critically and ask, like, why are you still watching it? I've just proven with a bazillion receipts all the ways that they mislead you. Why are you trusting them to give you, you know, the news or their perspective when they quite blatantly can't be trusted? So that's kind of what it's going to be. Yeah, she's currently, Bobby, she's currently on a podcast with other right-wing people. BCAT is very excited to see it and knows that it will be comprehensive. I hope that it turns things around. And it's going to, like, Anna's going to be talked about in it a lot, but it's actually more focused on jank. Because there's a whole other video that can be done about Anna. So life clickbait the fuck out of the video. Yeah, I'll need everyone's help. BCAT, yeah. Cosmopolitics, Christina was friends with Anna. Has Chat Chank ever been here? I don't even know who that is. Bobby, I still can't bring myself to watch Jank on Jubilee. If you need help, just go to the half-hour mark, and that's where he gets challenged about the union. You can just go to that point if you just want to see that. I watched the whole thing. Like, that's the amount of content I've had to consume of TYT for this video. The amount of research and stuff that I have already put into it. You have to be crazy. I am. That's why I was able to do it. To connect all these dots, to watch all of that content, to document it and put it into places and find the clips and stuff. One person doing everything I did for that video. And then the sucky part is I'm shit at editing, like as in transitions and things of that sort, making it look fancy. I'm fine with editing the clips and stuff together, but nothing looks fancy. You know? And so I'm putting all this work into it, and it's going to be rather plain, but so for this, to prove that I'm being honest with my takes, that I'm not taking anything out of context, I will be making public the playlist of all the videos that I've been keeping. So it's I call it TYT notes, and it's all the videos that I'm using for reference and stuff. The thing is, these are just the videos that made the cut. I watched more. There are over 100 videos on this list. Like I said, I'm fucking crazy. Uh, full music. I think you're all amazing and stuff. Why, thank you. B Cat Sandy, I truly appreciate your sacrifice. Yeah. Yeah. Those were just the videos that made the cut, and those were just the YouTube videos. And so some of the reference videos that I'm using were ones that were clips that people made but were on Twitter. Whenever I could, I would find the original source. You can't always do that with TYT because they unlist their stuff, but they only unlist their live streams. And that's significant because if you've clicked on the link, it's in your history and you can always go back to it for reference as long as you have the link. But it's like I have a bazillion tabs open of Twitter for all these different references things. So I've been constantly anxious that something's going to happen. I'm going to lose all those tabs. So that's part of the reason why I need to get it done. So I can close those tabs and know that I've gotten what I need. So I'm super stressed about that. It's also taking up a lot of room on my computer. All the video clips and everything. And it's just, it is a monster project. But then basically what I'm going to do is show both halves in one weekend. So like a Saturday, Sunday. And then after each one, I'm going to do a live stream, which is a talk back about the video. Ideally, I want to have a guest on who is familiar with TYT type stuff. However, that's a very huge time commitment for somebody because ideally I'd want them to also watch the video premiere live with everyone so that they can also be in the SandBox talking about it and then do the live stream afterwards. And these videos probably be 2.5 hours. So that's a huge time commitment task for someone, especially on a weekend. But I'll see. I'll see if I can get somebody to come on to talk about it with me. So Life, I used to save their links when all the kids quit and started hate watching to point out the gaslight. Yeah. All you have to do is click on the link and then you can always go back to it in your history. But yeah, the amount of research and work I've already put into these videos, I need to get it done because it's an anchor. I am refusing to work on my book, the sequels and the prequels to my book, until I get that video done. Because as soon as I start on this will be my world. And then I would never get that video done. So I want to get that video done. Like the drawings that I'm going to be doing will almost be like a reward for doing work on the video. Because drawing is very therapeutic and I very much enjoy it. So I have to use it kind of as a reward for doing work on the video. But there's still so much work to do. So much work to do on it. And I'm not even done the first video. Like, and when I say done, I mean writing out the script and putting all of the montages in order. So I have in my video editing program, as I'm working through the script now, I'm putting the montages in order with breaks in the montages, with things in the script as to what I'm going to say during those breaks and stuff, plus any frames, any images that I might have are going into the video editing program in order as I'm writing out the script. So then I would still need to record the audio of the script and then insert it in, but at least then all the montages and images are in order and in the script. If I'm just referring to a website or a video that I'm not showing, or will tell people go look at this video. The link to the video is in the script at that point, so that I make sure that I have everything. But that's the work that's going into it right now. And I've just done, where am I on it? I can just look at the script to know, as opposed to opening up the video. Right. I'm just working on following up with why people left TYT. So I make note of, so if I go back, so talk about Dan Evans happens in the very first part, so not part of these montages with his falling out, because it's all part of the initial hoorah that was on Twitter that got this all started in my head. But then after that, it starts with Christina, Cosmopolitics, Mods quit, Hank, although not a very big aspect of Hank, because I'll talk more about the unions in the 180 turn in the second part. Lance, Mike, then it goes into people who have left TYT. So far, like Lance, Mike, I'm doing it in order, like Christina was just a fan. Hank was behind the scenes. Lance was a guest host. Mike was attached to the network and a guest host, but he wasn't making content for TYT. And so I'm just about finished that part, and then it's going to get into people who were making content for TYT and their turns. So then you're talking about Mondale, Ben Dixon, Bonnie. I think those three in particular. Oh, Francesca. So those four is what's coming in next. And then after that, starting the second half, will be the division between Jank and Anna and Sam and Emma. Would start the second half. Yeah. And I have some notes from the script that I was working on, so hopefully that will help out. But yeah. So much work to go into it. And then in the second half, so you have the Sam and Emma issues, then talk about birthing people, talk about all these things that they've turned around on, who they will and won't have debates with, the fact that they're being friendly with Marjorie Taylor Greene, but they're anti-Sam type thing, like all those types of things will be going into the second half. And so the 3 minutes of Jank talking shit about MTG will come in handy that I recently came across. The tweet that Mehdi Hassan tweeted out about her history with it, super helpful for this part of it. Pointing out the fact that quite often Jank and Anna will be like, we talk about the serious news here, but then here's a 20-minute video about Anna and Laura Loomer's beef type thing. And then they covered the roast beef between MTG and Laura Loomer, so that will be covered. So all of that is so much work to go into it still. Anyway, I'm toast. It is almost 9 o'clock. I've been at this for almost 5 hours. So much for splitting the dockets in two. So I am going to try to do more Friday live streams in hopes of splitting things up. That said, I don't think I can do this upcoming Friday. No, I can't do this upcoming Friday, and this is why I will not be regular. Is sometimes I have plans on Friday evenings, which I do this upcoming Friday evening. So the next time you can catch not me, but Minuet from this book that everyone should be buying. She will be on this space on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. If you want to hear the perspective of a 1400-year-old vampire on social issues and politics, that's what you want to check out. So go to this space on Wednesday. And so then my next regular news live stream will probably be on Sunday. But yeah. And I think I'm just going to have mac and cheese. I'm not going out. I'm done. I'm pooped. I'm just going to want to chill out. I've been sitting here all day. Because I did work on the docket at least earlier yesterday and stuff too, so I wasn't sitting here all day working on the docket, but I was working and watching videos and stuff here, so I need to go relax. So Life Looney has been here for plenty of 5-hour long streams, because that's not terribly uncommon for me these days. The thing Looney Tunes will be upset about is missing the video with this shirt on. I'm going to unlist this video specifically so Looney Tunes doesn't get to go back and watch it. But all of you who have made it this long, you all know this. You all know this. Also, I clipped a couple videos recently. Please go check them out. There's lots of comments under them. I haven't read all of them. Because I knew when I gave my take for if you have a right to defend yourself here in Canada if somebody breaks into your home, I knew that wouldn't be a popular take. However, it is the correct take as far as I'm concerned. If you're against the death penalty, you wouldn't be a fan of people just being able to kill people should they enter your apartment. Yeah, anything else? Anything else? Thank you to the mods. Thank you for everyone just coming out. Thank you to the people who have become patrons, who have bought things off my Amazon wish list. I looked at it recently. I go through every now and then because sometimes things are no longer available. The very first 2 things I put on the list are still there. They've been there since 2022. The first 2 things I put on that wish list are still there. But if you can help me out one time, that's great. Ideally, though, if you can help me out one time, I'd prefer people just buy the book right now. Because I haven't sold any yet this month. And, yeah. I'm done. I'm done. My voice is definitely done. Check me out on social medias. Once I get the TYT videos done, like as I get them done in tandem with it, that's when I will be splitting my social medias properly here. So what that means is only my writing and my art will be on SandeeLovas, and then everything to do with my channel will be on LeftoftheBox. So if you haven't subscribed to both, please do. I already have 2 channels for the Instagram. So I should probably list them both there. But I need to make a different end tag so that it really makes clear art and writing YouTube channel and the ways that you can contact me. Rated. Huh? Yeah. But thank you everyone for all of your wonderful support. It has really helped keeping this channel going. So with all of that, I think I said thanks everyone. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.